Dear friends, we will begin in a few minutes. We have 5 cities together with us, breaking stereotypes, exploring yourself, a lot of speeches and inspirational remarks, and very high topics will be raised today and discussed today. Indeed, or just a few moments and we will be able to start. So, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to see you here. So first, I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, the board chairperson of the Ukrainian Association of Women in Law Enforcement, Katerina Pavlichenko. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Hi, distinguished guests, dear colleague, and our teleconference, interregional teleconference, Break Stereotypes, Exploring Yourself, I wish to announce open. Thank you. Today, our conference is dedicated to the Day of Defenders and Defendresses of Ukraine. I would like to point out that 2 years ago, the association was one of the founders and those who proposed to change the name of this holiday considering the gender equality. In July, the Parliament of Ukraine has supported the changes, so I am confident that this changes is one of the steps to help make women who defend our country more visible and who protect our sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. At the same time, I would like to pay a moment of silence to the colleagues, both men and women, who lost their lives to the future of our country. Please raise.
Дякую, прошу сідати.
Thank you. Please have your seat. Let us remember forever their feet and their activities, what they have done for our country, not only for the nation building, but also for the gender equality and for creating the network to break down the stereotypes. So just a few words about our association. I would like to say that the Association of Women in Law Enforcement has passed promptly our birth steps, and we are joined by many more members who become more and more active in promoting gender equality in the regions. We have about 400 members at the moment, both male and females, and the number is growing rapidly because we have every day new and new members who join the association. Today is the very first time we organized the event with different teleconferences places in Kiev. This is one of our locations. Please applaud. We have also Poltava. Can you hear us? We also have Lviv. Good morning from Lviv. Good morning, Lviv. We also have Mariupol. Mariupol greets you. Hi. Very glad to hear you. Kryvyi Rih. Hi, everyone from Kryvyi Rih. Good morning to you too. Also, we have many participants who joined us online, many members, both males and females, who joined us in virtual mode. I am sure that we will be working very fruitfully today to discussing breaking the stereotypes while exploring yourself. So let me give the floor now to move on to the welcoming speeches. The first one is to speak as the Minister of Internal Affairs, Minister Denis Monastyrsky. Please, the floor is yours. Hi, everyone. I'm happy to see you all here. The first thing I would like to say that I was part of those who changed the name of this holiday to make it Defender and Defendresses also. And as a parliament member, and today it is my honor to be here at the event that also is dedicated to these changes, which was initiated by the Association of Women in Law Enforcement. In my opinion, the change of the perception to the law enforcement, increasing the trust in law enforcement, can be enabled by having more women joining the law enforcement. because the question of women presence in patrol, in police squad on the streets, it usually leads to de-escalation than escalation of a conflict. That's why equality, gender equality in law enforcement is one of the top priorities for the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The agenda, international agenda, women, peace and security is among our priorities as well. I know that I'm aware of dozens and different events conducted to get at the same time, and you will be a part of those events. And I would like to say from my part that the ministry will be always supporting activities in this line of and of this sort. It's not only about police, but it's also about the National Guards and other agencies that belong to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So I would like to greet everyone and specifically my Deputy Minister Katarina Pavlichenko, and I would like to commend everyone who will be joining this movement in the future. This, your initiative or our initiative, I'm sure that Security Service of Ukraine will be joining this. And also the Prosecutor Office of Ukraine will be also joining this movement. So breaking the stereotypes, when you say this motto is partially is fulfilled in the conditions. But nonetheless, we need to create the right narratives, the right agenda, and we're doing this together with the community who we have here. So I would like your inspiration, self-improvement, and remember that the ministry is always ready to support you. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much, Minister, for your inspirational remarks and for your words of support that are so important for the association and for the colleagues that are promoting gender equality. I wish to add about the association that our activities, including the many different events we have today, cannot be imagined without our international partners. And this, and I would like to name them: Embassy of Canada, Embassy of Norway, Embassy of the United States in Ukraine, UN Women, UNOPS, Canada-Ukraine Police Development Project, UAM, and many other international partners. So I would like to give the floor now to Her Excellency, Ambassador of Canada to Ukraine, Ms. Larisa Galadza. Your Excellency, please, the floor is yours. Hi, everyone. Thank you, as usually, for inviting me, for giving me an opportunity to join your events, Ms. Katerina. When I am with your association, with your members, I always feel like at home. You know, even though we have events in Kiev, in Kryvyi Rih, Poltava, Mariupol, Lviv, I would like to greet you as well and send you my regards. And I would like to emphasize that it is an honor for me to have an opportunity to interact with you in such small, intimate groups. We actually, this is a very high level of representation, and that helps you to develop your networks, ваші мережі, and your knowledge. But it's also important to meet in smaller occasions, like we did in a few weeks ago in my embassy, and you know, we had some cakes and coffee, and in very informal atmosphere, we talked about some sensitive issues, maybe some, and at that time, at these occasions helped me to explore myself. So I thank you for this opportunities to do this. Canada is proud to be part of the development of the association. Actually, the Canada was among the founders of the of the association, and Petropolis was actually the very birthplace of the association. And I'm happy that actually you had this idea. When you were in Canada, when you met your vis-a-vis in Canada, Canadians in Ukraine, our Canadian police mission in Ukraine, our projects, Canadian projects in Ukraine, were together with you and were the promoters and defenders of the gender equality. And Canada is continues being proud of being together with you, promoting your association not only in the patrol police but already the whole movement of women that work and men that work for the gender equality. So this is a huge milestone and progress for Ukraine. So this is really, really something we're proud of. And last week I had a chance to meet Minister, and I just want to say a few things that I was so happy to hear that the key spheres of the ministry, including the police and other law enforcement agencies, will not be changed, and the attention will continue to be paid to the gender equality. So I wish to appreciate for making this very clear, and again, I will just emphasize again that Canada will be one of your key partners in this process on this road. Gender equality is the way to achieve better results in the economy and social sphere, security for the entire society. That's why we're always together with you. My last remarks about the topic of the theme of your conference, breaking the stereotypes. It's not about society. It's not about only families or our agencies where we work at, but it is also about our internal stereotypes. We have to acknowledge that we have inside stereotypes that they influence and shape our decisions, our attitudes, and our potential. Each of you, regardless you're a man or a woman, you are the engine of the changes. The change starts in you. So this engine works better when you it is self-aware. So it is the key to optimize your engine. That's why I'm so proud, and thank you very much that you dedicate your time to this self-awareness, to our knowledge of ourselves, and you are ready to talk about these topics at this high national level. So again, thank you very much for having me here. I wish you success, not only in this big room, but also when you have informal conversation during coffee breaks or lunch breaks. It is all key moments that will help you develop your association. The networking that you will have or relationships that you will create within the day are hugely, very important. So wish you success and good luck. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador Larissa Galadze. Certainly, Canada is our friend, continuous friend and we always grateful for the support that you have been given to us at all our stages of development. So the next one is His Excellency Ambassador of Norway to Ukraine, Erik Swedel. Please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to the first interregional conference initiated by the Ukrainian Association of Women in Law Enforcement. The conference is a part of the UN Women project, Building Peaceful and Gender Equal Society in Ukraine, which Norway is proud to be funding. Gender equality is a fundamental human right, and achieving equality between women and men is embedded in the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Norway is considered to be one of the most gender equal countries in the world. Still, several challenges to gender equality remain, and new gender issues keep surfacing. Allow me to say a few words about the situation for gender equality in the Norwegian security sector, which you may find interesting. Conscription service in the armed forces was opened to women on a voluntary basis in 1976. As the first country in NATO, Norway introduced universal conscription in 2016. This means that all Norwegian citizens are liable for compulsory military service from the year they turn 19 until the end of the year in which they reach the age of 44. This does not, however, mean that all women must serve in the military. Norway's armed forces have an annual requirement for 8,000 conscripts out of a total of 60,000 men and women in the relevant age group. However, conscription of both men and women is important for two main reasons. Firstly, in all parts of society, women and men should have equal rights, obligations, and opportunities. Secondly, from a military perspective, the armed forces need to be able to recruit among the most capable candidates, irrespective of gender. We cannot afford to exclude half of the population in the recruitment process. In Norway, the Chief of Defense Staff is currently a woman Vice Admiral, and the Chief of the Norwegian Home Guard is a woman Major General. In 2019, Vice Admiral Louise Dedichen was appointed Chief of the Norwegian military mission to NATO and became the first woman in the NATO Military Council. This not only demonstrates that women are competitive for the top jobs in the armed forces, equally important, they serve as inspiration to more women aiming for a military career. Gender balance has also been a priority for our National Police Service. Today we have nearly 50% women in the police service and almost 50% women among the students admitted yearly to the Police University College. Our National Police Chief is a woman, Benedicte Bjørnland. But mainstreaming is a strategy to achieve gender equality, not an end in itself. With an increase in gender balance, leaders in the Norwegian security sector have become more aware of the risk of sexual harassment and more in need of a code of conduct in their leadership. Last year, a total of 22% of the Norwegian Armed Forces employees reported having experienced some form of sexual harassment in the past year. In the Norwegian police force, nearly 7% of the respondents claimed that they had been subjected to various types of sexual harassment in the past year. The armed forces, the police, and other law enforcement institutions need not only to recruit women, but also to provide safe and conducive working environments to ensure that women are given the same professional opportunities as men. Let me end by echoing the UN Secretary General's message on International Women's Day in 2019. Gender equality is fundamentally a question of power. We live in a male-dominated world with a male-dominated culture. Only when we see women's rights as our common objective, a route to change that benefits everyone, will we begin to shift the balance. Thank you very much and good luck with your conference.
Thank you very much, the Ambassador. I would like to remind to all who need interpretation, we have interpreters here, and also there are devices, headsets, you can take them to use them during the conference. It's for your convenience. Online interpretation is provided also. And the next speaker who will make a motivational speech, inspirational speech, I have the honor to invite Irina Benediktova. This is really, it's great that you had an opportunity, you found the time to come to our event, because you are an example that women can take the position they want, any position they want. And also to prove that the professionalism is independent on gender. So thank you very much, and we welcome you at this event. Please, I invite you to the mic. Thank you very much, Katerina. Good morning, dear participants of offline and dear participants here. Thank you very much for your great words and nice words. But I am an example is when men trust women and understand that women also can be professional. They could be good leaders because I was nominated by the president and supported by the parliament of Ukraine. So that's why it's a very correct event you are holding today. On the way to this conference, I was thinking, what should I mention here? What should I discuss here? I'm very happy that I heard to Mrs. Larissa. She was before me, and I understand that men then develop this topic, and they support gender equality and no discrimination. Also, women see then when stereotypes are broken, you have to break your own stereotype. I'm very thankful for that. Example, or you provided to me, that why do we need such associations? Why do we need such events? I believe that Mr. Minister consciously organized this event. This is the event in order to develop the potential of people. It doesn't depend who you are by gender, a woman or a man, but to discuss the issues. And it seems to me that it's 50-50 we have in this in the audience, and when we discuss some problems, some issues that we are facing in our collectives, in our society, then we develop these institutions, and also we develop people. Without no development of people, no development of the state. That's a priori. That's why, of course, we conduct reforms and we consider gender equality for women, because what men get just by itself, women have to prove that. They have to go through the biased society. They have to live through their own biases, and also they have to break through absolutely different functions that are provided by the nature, because women bury children, take care of children, and women provide for children during the first years of their life. This is the way it is, and a woman is like the one who protects, and that's why women in law enforcement, it means that this is a natural function for us. We have it. It doesn't disappear, and the women are those who protect, are protectors, and also we protect in this. We protect the society basis and the truth, etc., etc. So, you know, what women take on themselves as a responsibility, and why this event is so important, because at the same time, simultaneously, a woman has a role of two. it has two roles. First of all, a woman's role, and also one or the other ways they have to be like men, and they have to play the men's role. When we speak about law enforcement, police, prosecution, all of us, when we mention these words, we imagine a man on that position. And one way or the other, women in law enforcement, they hold and we go into the man's niche. So there's a question of opening ourselves, opening our potential, and also harmonious unification and the movement forward. That's why I will repeat myself. I am very thankful to the Minister that such events are taking place. And we can discuss these issues here because a woman can carry for long and maybe unnoticeably how difficult it is for her until she's broken. So that's why we need to do everything for such things not to happen. And for us to bring together collectives and to work for justice, to support justice. And also we should use that soft power of women, and only women that have, and we should use it, especially that is for something good, for good goals. As to us, gender in equality in prosecution, we have 37.7% of women in the prosecution. And 3 departments are led by women. The department which coordinates national police, and that is run by a woman, and also a representative of the state in the courts, and it is headed by a woman. And she can fight against a man easy and against an army of defense lawyers. And that's what she's doing in the courts. And only during this year, we took back the 44 hectares of land, and it's like what I said together. And that is run by the department, which is headed by the woman. Juvenile Justice Department is led by a woman. So, friends, the issue of opportunities, this is an issue of our own development. And those opportunities that are provided by partners, colleagues, and we should not neglect that. So what I would like to wish to you and to myself and to participants on the conference, which is all to believe in ourselves, not to stop in our development. It's not easy to achieve when you have to work during your working day, and it's not limited by the job description, but also you have to develop, you have to study and improve. For that, we need to get up early in the morning. Not always at 6. It can be 4 o'clock, and you could go to bed later. Not at 10, but at 12 or at 1 o'clock in the morning. Not everybody can do that, but for us to be successful, we need to work on ourselves. That's why I wish you not to stop. See clearly your focus. Keep your focus clear. Why are you here in this world? Have a clear understanding of your profession and look at that. Keep it within your vision, because law enforcement has a mission. It's impossible to be in the profession which has a lot of stress, which is tough, when you are in a conflict all the time. And you have to extinguish that conflict. If you don't take it as your call, profession as your call, it will not work for long. So I believe that we are serious here and for long. And this is our call, and we understand the tasks, and we understand what we do for the society and for the country. So I wish you success, to be inspired, and work for the motherland, and work on yourself. Thank you. Thank you very much, Irina, for such inspiring speech. I hope that the prosecution will participate more in our association, and maybe prosecutors would like to become members of our association. And also, we invite you to become an honorable member. And I hope that you will agree and you will join as an honorable member of Ukrainian Association of Representative Women in Law Enforcement. Thank you very much again. And now I would like to invite one more reliable partner, Office of UN Women in Ukraine. I would like to mention that the activity of this organization, UN Women in Ukraine, is about the achievement of gender equality and in general, the support of opportunities of women. And the agenda, women, peace, security, resolution 1325, that's the document they use, and that's a guiding document for them when they work in Ukraine. That's why we have online the head of the Office of UN Women in Ukraine, Erika Kvapilova. Erika, do you hear us?
No. I hope you can hear me well. Greetings to everyone. Dear Minister, Excellencies, dear participants of the first Interregional Conference of the Ukrainian Association of Women in Law Enforcement, it's a great pleasure to greet you on behalf of UN Women and all our partners, and also to congratulate you to the Ukrainian Men and Women Defenders Day. Experience shows that women's meaningful and equal participation and representation at all levels and in all roles of law enforcement significantly contributes to increased community trust and safety, operational effectiveness, and decreases corruption. Women in law enforcement make the service more responsive to the needs of men and women in the communities where they serve. Evidence also shows that more women in law enforcement contribute to decreased violence in communities. For example, inclusion of female officers encourages women and girls to report cases of domestic and sexual violence, and enable law enforcement institutions to better respond, to investigate, to prosecute offenders, and in the end, to increase measures of prevention. Today, you will be exchanging your experience, your knowledge, good practice from your work, and also discuss possibilities and opportunities for your professional growth and your work environment. Enabling an inclusive environment for women in law enforcement is critical for building a safer and resilient society. And it is also important, as the Deputy Minister said, for implementing the goals set up in such important strategic document as the National Action Plan for the implementation of United Nations Security Resolution 1325. We, UN Women, are very pleased that we can support your important work. In coming months, for example, we are planning to conduct audits in selected communities in 6 regions of Ukraine. And we believe that local police women will contribute to and benefit from these audits. We also continue our cooperation with the Ministry of Interior on gender assessment of selected security institutions. And we believe that the findings from this assessment will help you to create even more enabling work environment for men and women in law enforcement. Let me also use this opportunity to thank and express our gratitude to Katerina Pavlichenko, the Deputy Minister and Chairperson of the Board of Ukrainian Association of Women in Law Enforcement, for her continuous leadership, excuse me, in mainstreaming gender equality principles in the work of the ministry and the institutions which belong to the ministry. And last but not least, again, let me thank our partner, current and previous partners, the government of Sweden and current partner, the government of Norway, for partnerships and support, which enables us to support your work. So thank you very much. Congratulations to your first conference, and happy Day of Men and Women Defenders.
Дякую вам, пані Еріко.
Thank you very much, Erika. And in the end, I would like, in the end of my speech or at the beginning of our event, I would like to mention that the association is a very good platform which breaks the stereotypes and which unites those who think alike. And we create a good environment to share experience and opinions. Every day I see my colleagues who participate in this in the work of the association. They see advantages of membership and of functioning of such an association. I am sure to say that the association has enough of potential to become a key player, agent of changes, and an engine of issue of in gender equality in the security sector. The topic of the conference was we thought a lot about that. All the does come from external, and we have a lot of stereotypes. And us, we are the generation. We are doomed to break those stereotypes and to start a new age of which is free from any bias. I would like to thank our honorable guests who came to this event. I would like to thank also our reliable partners who support and develop the activity of the association. I would like to wish all participants of this event to have very interesting discussions. I'm sure that as a result of these discussions, we will have practical steps which will be implemented in our everyday work. With this, the first part is over, and I would like to invite all to take a family photo.
Колеги-учасники, прошу.
Dear participants, please come to the stage for the family photo. You can you can come on the stage, or you can stand before the stage. And we'll take one picture in masks and the other without. And but don't leave the stage because we want the cameraman and to take pictures. Take your mask out.
Ми вже в
We're just about to start the practical part of our conference when we will exchange our experience. So just a one or a couple more minutes and we will start. So, dear colleagues, the official part, the opening part of our conference is over, and we have 5 cities now with us in this practical session where we'll be diving into specific discussions. So, our topic now is the challenges and hindrances in the activities of women law enforcers. So the moderator of this session is Olena Frolyak from ICTV channel, journalist and host, and she will introduce the participants of this discussion. Hi everyone, ladies and gentlemen, especially ladies. When I was heading to this conference, I was preparing myself and I knew that we have women in law enforcement, but I didn't know that there's so many young and beautiful ladies that indeed in the security sector we have many women that work in state border service, in migration service, in police, in peace building missions. They work to make peace in our society. So that was actually a sort of a discovery for me. I really envy your achievements and your career choice. This is really tough choice. And I see sometimes girls coming to me and asking me how to be a journalist. And I ask them, do you really want to be a journalist? It is a tough job, especially when you're on TV. But eventually they still can do it, and I know that you can do even better. So we start our session as my colleague Anna Panova mentioned. The topic of our session is challenges and obstacles what women law enforcers face in their activities. So we will have 5 cities joining us. You see the names of the cities here. We will have sort of a drill and call to all those cities, and I would like to invite to the floor Marina Bardina, Parliament member, to join me here on the stage. Please, take any seat where you want, left, right side for me, and Ksenia Kapitanska. She is the Chief Inspector on Community Policing in the Patrol Police. And we will talk more about their backgrounds later, but let's first talk to our... I'm not sure if I can see all of them, but so far looks like we have all the cities. Poltava, can you hear us? Yes, we can. Lviv? Yes, sure. All is fine. Now Mariupol? Yes, we can hear you. Kryvyi Rih? All fine, we also with you. So maybe I missed someone. Lviv, Poltava, Kryvyi Rih, Mariupol, and Kiev. Yes, indeed, Kiev is here. So we have quite a few empty spots here, and I'm not sure if we should start or not. Oh, thank you for bringing up this monitor over here. I can see cities behind me. So let me start our discussion, and the first thing I would like to start with the beautiful woman on the left side from me, Marina Bardina. She is the representative of Ukraine in the European Council in since 2011. She started to work on gender equality topics, and after joining the parliament, she became a co-chair of the Equal Opportunities Group in the parliament. So it's my pleasure, and also it's my, how to say it, professional honor that to see that women that work in the law enforcement really talk about this. You know, we're all women peace builders from our birth, but still, if we talk about women in law enforcement, it's even better. So, about speaking about the legal side, legal framework, do you face some imbalances in the legal field? Good morning. Checking my mic. I'm happy to greet everyone. I'm glad to see not only women here, but also men. When we're talking about inequality or equality, about stereotypes and imbalances, it is about everyone, not only women. So speaking about legal field, not only about related to law enforcement, but to something else. Certainly for me, law enforcement, that's the highest level what we should work on. But if we're talking about other areas, we still face also discrimination. And I'm happy to say that we have many people in parliament, many parliament members who have the same opinion, who understand the same thing, that we have to work on disbalances in different sectors of our life. Now, speaking specifically about law enforcement, I would like to mention about one of the key achievements. Maybe some would say that it's not that important. Nonetheless, based on the inquiry or request of the Association of Women in Law Enforcement, specifically by Katerina Pavlichenko, Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, and Katerina Levchenko, who is responsible for gender, they asked to change the name of the Day of Defender to Day of Defender and Defendresses. And maybe it changes nothing in the law enforcement. The salary is not increased. The conditions are still the same. Nonetheless, I believe for women who work in this sphere, in this security sector, it's really important, because I am parliament member that working in politics believes that it is important to be visible. So when we come to those days, when we do something in commemoration for those days, it is important to mention both. And I was yesterday in Mykolaiv, and I talked about students. I asked them, so about 14th of October, how about Day of Defender and Defendresses? And girls actually told me, well, we are ready to make gifts to our men, to our males. And I told them, actually, it is not about men. This holiday is about men and women. And they were surprised. They didn't even know about the change in the name. And they were actually asked, why did you change the name? What's wrong about this? And then we went into very deep discussion about occupied Crimea, about the military operations in war in eastern Ukraine, and we talked about that women can be at par with men defending our country, and on the in the streets, when we're talking about domestic violence, to be equal in any profession, both for men and women, is very important. So this discussion is very important, and we have many other draft pieces of legislation that would eventually promote equality in the armed forces, about women having equal opportunities and occupying officer position and ranks, and having equal duties as men. So I'm happy that we're working on this, and we have more and more people who have the same idea and support this trend. We have supported a a few pieces of legislation including sexism and advertisement, which previous parliaments could not achieve this. So the window is open. I call you if you see some changes. I'm open. I'm open to support that in the parliament. Marina, let's be honest that in parliament we have many women, strong, active, and ready to make changes. But why we don't have women in the government? Our spokesman Arten Shevchenko from the Ministry of Interior just informed me that Natalia Naumenko was appointed as a director of the migration service in Ukraine just yesterday. But you know, we don't have many ministers that are women. What is your opinion? Well, I believe that we don't have enough women even in parliament, but still more than in the government. Well, 20% in the parliament for a country where we have more than 50% comprising women, I believe that's disproportionate. But at the same time, the fact that we are present in the parliament allows us to advocate more for the changes in favor of women. And the legislation that was changed, remember, we introduced the quota for election for during the elections campaigns and election processes, and local election actually were conducted based on this new legislation, where women have to occupy certain percent among the candidates. And we have women in committee members, in ministries, in state governments, in state administrations in the regions. And I'm actually talking about the involvement of women with the people who are related to these topics. Let me tell you, from the very beginning, when we started to work at the parliament, I actually was not sure if we would have any successes in gender equality based on the discussions what we have at the beginning. But then I realized that it's all about stereotypes, and if you help them to understand, if you talk to them, explain, talk about increase their awareness, you can make success. You know, in our society it was about ladies, gentlemen, but now I see that if we can talk about these topics, it doesn't lead to any confrontation. We do have problem, like you said, about women representation in the government. We're advocate for women, so it's not about appointing women just for the sake of appointing a woman, but it is because women are professionals, high-level professionals that can bring skills. And we have Miss Vladislava, who works in the food safety agency, and also you mentioned the new introduction in the migration service. But we do so all women, you know, all together want to reach this success story. So once again, we have a problem, but we're moving towards this solution. Yeah, okay. And I would like to say again that Margaret Thatcher once said that if you please, men, do not be offended. If you want actions, go to women. If you want words, go to men. It's without any offenses, but just let's move on. And I would like to introduce another woman, Zhanna Akhedjanyan from Poltava. Poltava, can you hear us? Zhanna Akhedjanyan is a police officer, deputy head of the prevention unit. In 2016, she started working in the Poltava Regional Police, and she works specifically. She's the head of district police officers, and she has an award from the Ministry of Interior. Can you hear us? Yes, I can hear. So, Zhanna, I see you have colonel rank. Or that's female colonel, as we have feminitives now in Ukrainian language. So how about men? Do they envy your colonel rank? Well, I don't know, perhaps, but that's flattering. I started in 2002, the policies in favor of women was totally different. Imagine 2002, that was still militia, and at my when I was at service, the first thing, the first barrier uh, we had. So the idea was the perception that women should not be in militia, maybe one, two maximum. Just because you're a woman. So for years, I wanted to work in militia. That my was informed decision, and I told them, everyone, I want to do it. I still want to do it, and they kept asking me why you made this career choice, and I told them this is my dream. I want to be a woman militia officer. But how about maternity leave? What happens if you go to maternity leave? And I told them, well, this is my role to give birth, and so if I have maternity leave, so what? I will have maternity leave. Actually, I didn't have maternity leave, and I started as a sergeant and in militia, and now I am police colonel. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of the current policies, what we have, that women in police is not anymore a normalcy, a norm of the day, but we have in the leadership we see women, and there's no anymore this barrier that if you're a woman you cannot join law enforcement. I'm happy to see women among our sector, and it's even when we see each other, it becomes even easier to serve. Jana, speaking about this maternity leave or maybe some other stereotypes, can you make something else? Maybe they were asking you, oh, can you do this? Can you manage to do this equally to men? Maybe it's some insults or harassment, or you were persistent in your way. Yes, I was very determined, and I was sure I want to do it, and I managed to do it. I managed. Now, addressing the men who still have hesitation, that and let's think about that's women that still want to join this area. What would you like to say to other women who want to or hesitant of joining this law enforcement field? What can I say? Well, do not stop. Like this is I will tell you my story. That was my personal choice, and they told me like you have to be like a missile. You have to go without any barrier. So when you mentioned that you really wanted to be a police officer, and now I don't know how to use these feminitives, and but it was you said a few times it was dream, but why it was your dream? What specifically you liked it? I like discipline, I like order. A militia at that time, when I joined, that was, again, I will say it was militia. So the discipline and order was actually the first image what I imagined. I thought the society has to be like this, to help each other, and I liked that. That was really to my liking. I enjoyed my work, making in order also, and I continue enjoying my profession until now. I echo your words. I like discipline, but I'm not. In the police. Thank you, Poltava. Thank you for your participation. I see your colleague Olena who wants to speak, but let us go back to Poltava a bit later. We go to another place. I would like to talk to Lviv at the moment. Lviv, can you hear me? Yes. Hi. Wow, so officially, you have so big table, many people. Lviv, glad to see you. Let me introduce you, Zinaida Zhivko, colonel, police colonel, but she's professor, PhD in economics, and she is in Academy of Informatics. Well, you know, you have so many, so rich background. I don't have even time to list all your achievements. Such a pleasure to see you, Ms. Zinaida, Dr. Zinaida. Please tell us your story, how you entered law enforcement field, and how do you feel in this? Thank you very much for having me. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, we can. So let me be frank with you. I actually joined the system in 80s. So imagine 1980s. It was extremely difficult at that time. I joined, when I was submitting my documents, I was going to specific unit for economic crimes, and that was transferred from another position to another. And when I already started my service, I was called to general and he told me, you have to understand that this economic crimes is a specific field. Only men have to be there because that staff work during the night and lots of operations. When we give orders, they have to be performed. So please, bear with us for a year. That's difficult life for you, and we will transfer you in a year very soon to another department where women will feel better. And we see your education. And actually, in my background, I also had a food processing degree, and they looked at it and they said, you can work in other field. And imagine where I ended up. I was at 28 years old. I was in a colony of a detention center for women. I had quite big experience. And I had I was overseeing canteen, some storage houses, warehouses in that detention center. And imagine 500 women detained there.
I had to work with them, just imagine. I had lots of difficulties, and the first one is that the first difficulty was that I had to move, and with my son at the time, they placed us in the barracks. And the first thing was that my son had to go walk 4 kilometers across the field to the school. And not once in winter, because they were filled with snow. Together with my colleagues, we went out to seek for our kids in the field, and they got stuck into the trenches. So it was quite a difficulty. As to my work, what was the most difficult in the work with women in that women's prison? Because they are quite difficult. What was the most difficult in communicating with them? Honestly, it was always possible to find a common language. The attitude was very nice to me, and we understood each other. Nevertheless, they were quite different. There was some unpredictable, and they were there for murder. There were women for drugs there, and for different crimes. That's why they got used to living their own way. And even if you're trying to put some requirements to them, they always don't. And the chief, I will sit here and go out, but you will have to sit here all the time, all your life. And that forced us, me, to take the decisions on such a position. I was the only woman, and before that there was a woman who was a chief of the special unit, and then they dismissed that prison, and it became a prison VLP 11. So I went from one structure to the other. The structure it was it was it was a hospital for alcohol addicts. That was a very complicated life, professional life. You told that you started to serve in the 80s, and then you went to the field which was not for women. What about the attitude to women? Has it changed in law enforcement in your profession since 80s and until now, when we live in 2021? Honestly, yes, the attitude has changed because if to look at this, for 2 terms, I was a major and I was not able to get a colonel rank because for that position, to appoint someone, you had to go through the ministry, and to women they told no way for you. And only through your own channels you could be moved to other positions, you could be promoted to other units in order to get the rank. When even during that service, I had a PhD degree, and it took me 7 years to defend it because on the topic it was not military economics, no general economics, no economics of the enterprises. For 7 years, they moved my dissertation from one place to the other. But I defended my dissertation in Polytechnical University. And in 2004, I went to the University of Interior as a colonel. Then, thanks to our structure, I got the rank of the colonel, and I was chair of the department. And around me, here, there's a pro-rector on science. Also, she's a woman, and she's a colonel also. Colonel Priscilla will come. We'll talk to her a little bit later. So, how many years it took you to get the rank of colonel? How many years? 25 years? 25. Okay, I would like her to tell you. It was a long road, but probably you deserved it. And if you were a man, and probably you could pass quicker this road. Did you feel pity that you chose such a profession? No, because I realized myself in this profession. And even if my bosses, former bosses, hear me, in 1997, I was the first in Lviv region, and I sent my husband, colonel of police. He took a maternity leave, and he was the first in the region. And our deputy general told us she's not a woman; she's a devil in the skirt. And military officer, she forced him to take a maternity leave, and she was at the service in the office. And one more question: what has changed in your personal, let's say, character, as a personality? Your profession, has it changed your nature, your character, your mentality? It's better to say every profession. Every profession reflects, makes impacts, and it's about any profession, about any person. But the only thing what I put in front of myself, I tell myself that our life, all of us, we are like those who throw up those 5 balls, and one is of rubber and all the rest of the glass. And this is our life, our health, our family, and our spirituality, our mentality. And that first ball, if a jungle, and if of the ball of rubber, that is our work. We are like jugglers, and because the work will fall, and it will be, and we will have, it will jump up again. We move on and we go further. But all the rest, families' mentality, they are made of crystal, of glass, and we have to be very careful with them. And my work trained me to do that, to value people, their health, to value everyone who is around, because you can help. You can pick them up. You can support them. You can support with your shoulder, but you always can build the family relations. Thank you very much. Let's applaud for such wonderful words. And we will come back to Lviv. So please be in touch, and we will speak to you again. Thank you very much for such good, nice words, but such a professional. Now I would like to connect with Kryvyi Rih. Kryvyi Rih, are you with us? Tell me something. Kryvyi Rih, Kryvyi Rih, do you hear us? Yes. I would like to introduce Kirilo Nedrya, Lieutenant of Armed Forces of Ukraine in resignation. He runs the chair of humanitarian sciences, and it's about psychology and police activities, since he's a leading trainer of National Police of Ukraine and on psychology. So certified trainer on psychological support of, and he was certified in several international organizations. He was awarded by the president in participation at a tourist organization. As a participant of ATO for the defense of Avdiivka, he was awarded for the defense of Donetsk airport. Kirill, I'm just enchanted all your awards, all your merits, and the armed forces of Ukraine. We have more women these days, and in the east of Ukraine, what's your attitude to women who, together with men, defend Ukraine in the east of Ukraine? Good morning, participants of this event. I would like to good morning, Olena. What's my attitude? I have a very good attitude. I support it because I decided to give the best years of my life and the best energy of my life, young years, my youth and time, and my life. And when there are such people who do this, and from me and from all the rest, we have respect, highest respect to such people, respect of the country and of myself, and the best level, the best perception. I'm supportive of this. We started this event with a silence minute, and quite recently I had a special date, and September 25, Dnipro. The first people who died and from petrol police, and we were working at the time there. Petrol police in Dnipro, 33 groups at the time, and myself included, and we had perished on the territory of a train station at Dnipro, Artem Kudyshev. Two policemen who died, and two defenders who, with their life, and it's very difficult to say what they could prevent, but I'm proud of that, because for me, everyone, and in police and law enforcement, they are conscious people, and they're conscious of their future and the future of their children, and also because of what they invest into the present. Kirilo, you're a professional trainer on psychology. I'm always interested in this side because psychology of men and women are different. And as one book, I forgot the wife of American president who told you never know who a woman is. We are like a tea bag. If you don't put it into a bowl and water, you will never know what we can do. So the east of Ukraine is that boiling water. As a professional, I allow myself to say, as a professional trainer on psychological support, can you compare psychotypes of women and men in boiling water? You see, if you compare boiling water and the stress situations, psychotypes are very similar, very synonymous, because at that moment we are guided and by our reflexes, and our basic instincts are used. And there's a nice slogan in this sense, a slogan of the Marines in the U.S. And it says, during the crisis, during the stress, you will never go up to expectations, but you'll get down to the level of your opportunities. So in critical situations, the psychotypes are very close. And there are certain algorithm for, there's a notion of tunnel vision, tunnel thinking, and perception of information when we see the goal and we don't see obstacles. Of course, at the moment when there is not enough of sufficient support and training, and then there could be a state of stupor and all the rest of the tragic consequences. But psychotypes, and they will catch a difference only further later during the adaptation and during getting out of that stress situation, a compensatory state. Women, in this sense, they have more emotions and more feelings. At the time when a men they are more under control, and it's not but also they can be exhausted, and their emotions can be exhausted. And one more question to you, Kirill. We have to recognize that there are some gender bias and gender stereotypes and disbalance, especially in men's stories. You as a man, in your opinion, how to maybe we'll never be able to overcome them. I'm quite a realistic person, but how to minimize the disbalance, the gender disbalance in law enforcement, in armed forces, in your opinion? A very good question. It's very difficult to formulate an answer because I'm guided by respect and by human values as to the profession and people who have this profession and who do it well, who are professionals, who are skilled in their profession, who achieve some success in their profession. And that's why how to overcome that. For example, probably you see the picture. When they saw the picture in the hall here, I can tell you that here where I am, I have the honor to speak to you. We have about 10 of those whom I trained, who were trained by me. And there is a speaker person of this event, speaker lady of this event. She will speak to you. She has her own vision about this, and I was training her how to overcome. First of all, we have to overcome gender stereotypes in ourselves. We should start with ourselves. And in general, how to overcome stereotypes, it starts with understanding of our own what we want, and also it takes some work. As somebody told here, that we have to work on ourselves in order to achieve these goals, and also in order to achieve our own success, and that can encourage others to grow, because we live in unique times of opportunities, and the time. But not always we wanted to take responsibility on ourselves. And so we need to take responsibility, and we need to respect each other. Thank you very much, Kirill. And we'll come back to Kryverik. Thank you very much. Very good words. Correct. Responsibility. We should start with us. And we see that in other fields of our life. Thank you very much, Kryverik. And we will talk to you later. Now I would like to come back to Kiev, and because there's a wonderful young lady, young girl, on my right, and I don't know. It's very difficult for me to say that she took part in the peacekeeping operation. Ksenia Kapitanska, she's a member of the board of Ukrainian Association of UAWLE, and she came to patrol police at the beginning of 2015, and with the first draft conscript in Kiev. That was we were happy to see the girls who went to patrol police, and I'm pleased that a lot of those ladies are still there, and they do their job quite well. And in 2018, she was selected to National Reserve of candidates to participate in international operations of the UN to support peace and security. She worked in a peacekeeping operation in Cyprus. Thanks, Ksenia. Ksenia, how should I get in peacekeeping operation? How as a girl can do that? And you need to want it. It was my dream, and I was always enchanted when they showed peacekeeping operations. All those helicopters, man, you see. It's a traditional picture, and I had a traditional stereotyped picture in my head, and I always thought I wanted to be there. But how to do it? How to achieve that? How that is happening? I didn't know about such an opportunity for those who work in police, and until a certain point. And you see, I was working with one of the partners, and who was not working for law enforcement anymore, but in the past, and he served as a part of the National Guards. He was in one of the peacekeeping operations in Africa. And he told that there is such an opportunity. And then I started to learn about this. And somebody who wants to achieve something doesn't see obstacles. And so I'm very thankful to my leadership for the support, because everything starts with a report in law enforcement, and they allowed me. They signed my report. After it was signed, there was nothing for a year, and I forgot about that. And that dream was at the back of my mind, but I didn't get any information. But then later I was invited to an exam, international exam at CAAT, and as a result I was put into the reserve. And in a year, it's not a quick process, but after a year I got a call that they ask, are you alive? Are you ready to take the mission? Are you ready to take it? Yes, I said. And then in 3 weeks I was in Cyprus. What are the requirements in general to peacekeeping operations members, like physical training, English probably? What are special requirements, especially to women, to get into peacekeeping operations? And there are some requirements to women. No special requirements to women. In the UN system, there is no our biases, stereotypes, even the text, how they build sentences. What kind of discrimination do you feel? What special attitude to? No. There is no such thing. There are just requirements, and that's it. And you meet those requirements, or you don't meet those requirements. And if you meet, you go to the peacekeeping operations. It's great, in fact, and everything depends on you, in fact. And now, yes, the UN is trying. The UN is trying to keep that gender balance. They are trying to improve it. So this is not where it should be. I can tell you, but the mission to Cyprus is ahead of all the planet, because 43% of policing component that is women, and that is the best percentage in missions where Ukraine participates all over the world, because Ukraine participates only 5 missions and there are more of them. So this share is quite big. Are there a lot of women in peacekeeping operations in our contingent? Ukraine contingent, yes. No, unfortunately not. As far as I know that about 50 people at this Ukrainians are around the world in different peacekeeping operations, and only 2 women among them. What is the attitude of men peacekeepers to women peacekeepers? As to colleagues, as to professionals, it never happened. They didn't never ask, what are you doing here? Can you do anything? Or they have quite a different communication. In international community, there was nothing like that. No stereotypes, no biases. In Ukraine, yes. On the stage of selection, I felt that a little bit, because so they asked, you will pass the exams because you're a woman. I thought, why? You don't know my English. You don't know how I drive. Why? Because there are some gender quotes, and you will pass the exam because there are a few of you. And I was offended by that, because why I should take somebody's position just because I'm a woman, because not because of my skills, better skills. So I showed the best results, and I liked to know. I was proud that I had such skills, and I met all the requirements. And I think that I was there not because I'm a woman, but because I met those requirements. So you had to think about that. In Ukrainian stage, yes. Tell me, please, as I believe that many girls, women who listen to you now and who had that dream or have that dream, what would be your advice to them? And gender sense, because anyways, a peacekeeper. A peacekeeper. There is even a website, a peacekeeper, Meritorious. But it's in our mind that there is a man's story, but it's quite the opposite. What would you advise to them? Recently, I saw, I read one opinion, which echoed in me. It was an interview Oprah Winfrey, and then rephrased. I saw it in the Michelle Obama. She used it, and both of them they say. For us, for women, it's very important to start to put ourselves in the top of our own list. And I thought about that, it echoed in me, because we give advantage to interest of somebody else, work and situation, men, children, anything but us. And we push ourselves on the third level, and very seldom we come back to ourselves. And there is no time. The time is not made of rubber. If we have only 24 hours a day, and to put ourselves on the top of our own list, and this is so important. We have to wake up with this thought and go to bed, and it gives freedom and it gives belief to ourselves, because the peacekeeping operations is not about super physical skills. It's about affording ourselves to do more. And I want that girls who listen to me, I'm ready, I'm open for communication now at the panel and chat of the association. I'm ready to have to share my experience. I want you to believe in your own skills and power, and your own possibilities. It's very important to believe in yourself. And it's not only about peacekeeping, but it's in general about participation in interesting projects. Participation about international experience sharing programs. And English gives you more liberty. Thank you very much.
Захоплена.
Really inspiring words, what you're saying. I believe that's words of wisdom. An example also, you're a role model for them. So thank you very much. I'm sure we will talk to you later. So let's give a round of applause. Changing our geography, let's go to Mariupol, not far from the war zone, Mariupol. Can you hear us? Yes, yes, we do. Hi, everyone, Mariupol. Let me introduce Natalia Shiman, maybe wrong accent. She is police major, deputy chief in Volnovaha district. She is police lieutenant colonel. She's deputy head of her police station in the region. She works on the human resource area, and also technical support and material support of her equipment, of her unit. Sorry, I have many pieces to read, and so, it's very difficult to work in your area considering that you're really close to the front line. So please share your obstacles, what you saw both, like a woman, a law enforcer. Thank you very much for the question. So first of all, I would like to say that police in Donetsk, we have about 1/3 comprise women. So we have women, 30% of women in police. So it's honor for me to talk about their strength and about their dignity and valor of those people. And talking about events what happened 6-7 years ago in Ukraine. So what the key challenge for any a woman in law enforcement was the understanding of the essence of this gender equality, because unlike before, so gender equality became the concept of not only having access to equal opportunities, but also to having equal accountability and equal responsibility. You have to be equally like men, confront the aggression. You have to go like men, you have to go to the spot of shelling, and it just happened, and investigate that place. You have to wear equipment that weighs more than 20 kg. You have to march in front line. You have to spend a week or 2 weeks away from your family for a training course. So it's a challenge for each woman, and Each woman took it differently. Some did resign. We have to acknowledge that. Some moved to areas farther than the front line, but some women remain here. Some women stayed. So I'm talking about women here. That's my personal experience. In 2014, my son was only 3 years old, and my choice was to continue my maternity leave. I could also resign. I had another choice, but my informed decision was to continue working and serving my country to bring peace to our land. And that's during in this difficult times, the first initial years after the conflict emerged, the first second year when we had just police started its first their first steps. We had women leaders who were not shy away, who were not scared of challenges, and actually they were promoted and they brought their own success stories. They became role models for others. Another challenge, if we're talking about women, I will give you my specific example, as the perception of a female law enforcer. Specifically performing the tasks related to anti-terrorist operations, because it is a challenge to look equally with men who also can defend this city that is not too far from the front line, and you have to prove that that you deserve their attention and their trust. You have to go there any time to, say, Marinka town after some shelling that has happened there. So that is really a tough job. Another challenge was actually to prove yourself a true manager, because sometimes a woman is a manager, as a leader of men, and many men sometimes are subordinated to women. So that's another challenge, to prove your professionalism. Nonetheless, thanks to good work, thanks to proper performance of your job duties, women proved be worth of working in this area. Their diplomacy skills, their ability to understand emotional intelligence of other people, and understanding the perpetrators better maybe than men. It's especially important in the frontline areas. And when people talk about police is not a place for women, especially in the front line, I always tell them, look at me. What? Look at thousands of women working in the police of Donetsk region who spent here 7 last years in very difficult circumstances, and they do it with dignity and pride, and they accumulate others and engage skills of others to change our society in Donetsk region. Thank you, Miss Natalia. I really appreciate your words. I see that really strong women, I believe, around you. It's important. It's already one thing to be a police officer woman in any other city, but also it is another challenge to be a woman law enforcer in a city which actually, let's remember, it was under occupation some years ago. So not every man can actually face and overcome such challenges. And I believe you have a colleague next to you, Miss Natalia Vasilenko, who is sitting next to you, Lieutenant Colonel. She's working on state border service, and starting from 2014, Natalia, together with her colleagues, left Crimea during occupation and started to work in Kherson, and then she moved to the Joint Operation Forces in Donetsk region, in the state border service, and now she occupies very high position of the assistant to the chief. So please, Natalia, tell us. It was a very tough decision to leave your native town, Sevastopol. Please tell us, explain us your story. Hi, uh, colleagues. Hi, everyone who can see me in other cities and also virtually. Events in 2014 were indeed very challenging. But at the same time, I believe it was the Rubicon, it was the beginning of new life for me. You know, it was we were isolated not only geographically by seas, but also we had the small piece of land that was only connecting us to Ukraine, and we also were in informational vacuum. And I was working in a state border service even at that time, and I was making decisions not only for myself but also for my colleagues. I wanted to explain them that you are wanted in Ukraine, that you are not abandoned by the government, and it was really tough decision for them to make to leave that place. Crimea was the place of challenge for all people, but we faced also betrayal in this region. Each family had their own tragedy, and it's not only about their own decision to move or to stay, but it is also about their families and their extended families, their parents. Imagine that you spent 12 years in the same city. We worked together, we were serving together with Russian actually military officers. We were congratulating each other on the Independence Day in case of Ukraine and the Russian Day in case of Russia. New Year, we were congratulating each other, and we were sort of staying shoulder to shoulder. But 2014 was a sort of a knife to our back, and that was really unexpected and very difficult event. So it was again tough decision for us to move, and we have to say that we couldn't persuade the entire personnel, the entire staff of our unit, because of different situation. You know, some family problems, some parents are elderly, but the rest who made this decision, we moved to Kherson Oblast. We faced actually problems there as well, because we have to start from scratch over there. We had to work with IDPs, internally displaced persons. We have to establish kindergartens for children, for those who moved, other infrastructure and facilities. And when the event started in eastern Ukraine, it was the conscription, the draft of many people in Ukraine, and then imagine the many first the people who fall death to in this area. So you know, I even cannot really word it all properly. Yeah, I understand. You know, I'm trying to imagine your situation, and I'm not sure if I would have done that. But maybe let me ask you, at that time, did you think that, well, if you leave the place, if you leave the service, maybe you won't find your future? I'm sure it was really difficult for you, and you're certainly a strong woman. But maybe you just wanted to take, let's say, a woman touch, like let's say, a easy touch, maybe. You know, we can say many nice and beautiful words, but only a personal example can prove to your colleagues that we can do something, that we can make a bigger change. At some moment, I did worried about my child, about the safety of my child, and I always remember that I'm an officer. Even when I was a student, I heard from my instructors that women, it's not about gender only. It's about officers. So you do not belong to yourself only. You're responsible, accountable to the country, and responsible for your staff. So you have to move forward and reach the end. You cannot give up. Ukraine is behind us. Well, let's make a round of applause to your words. That's a wonderful, wonderful speech. I still have to, ask you, as you mentioned, your life belongs to Ukraine. Well, I believe you. I believe in what you're saying. Nonetheless, the conference today is still about stereotypes, that people still have biases and maybe still not always believe in these words, especially in high positions. They do not really perceive them favorably. So, do you feel that women in high position is a problem? Work in the state border service. I'm working here for I'm working in the service for 23 years already. I joined the service in 2002 as a lieutenant in rank in Serpneve town. That's in Ukraine-Moldova border. I was the first woman who was in that unit. My colleagues were not only were my colleagues surprised, but also the local population were so shocked to see a woman at the border. And during my service, I heard the moment. I heard that they all waited for a moment when you started to cry because of the challenges, but no cry. I didn't cry at that there at the job, but only had to work harder and harder. So since then, I noticed huge changes in our society, in the policies, but also in addition to that, I noticed changes made by women themselves, because women actually at some point didn't believe in themselves, their opinion was, I'm a woman, I cannot do it, but now they think that I am a woman, I can do it. But women officers, do they cry? Yes, we do cry, but at home when no one can see us. Thank you very much. I wish you to cry only because of some happiness and joy. Uh, yeah, we will come back to you. To Natalia, such a pleasure to hear you. I'm inspired, so we will come back to your city. We have someone to talk about. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I would like to come back to Poltava, and we have a wonderful two wonderful ladies, and one is brunette, one is blonde, and I would like to introduce Olena Demyanik. She's the chief of the Department of Psychology Support in the HR in police in Poltava region since 2016 until now. She's the chief of the Department of Psychological Support of HR in Department by HR departments in Poltava region, and she introduced different psychological trainings and different events and projects. And the goal is to support women officers and wives of policemen. Olena, I have a question to you. As I understand that after 2014 you moved to a new location of the service, and it's difficult not only to women but to all. For men, it's always the difficult. What have you lost? What did you lose? And what can you say about that movement and that breaking point in 2014? Yes, 2014 was a new test to me because my life was broken before and after. When I decided to go to Poltava, I didn't have relatives there. I didn't have a house, no accommodation, nothing. I had just my child. I had a big wish to work, and I believed that my colleagues in the National Police and Ukraine would support me. Yes, it was painful to me, and when I heard about stories of my colleagues, and it was painful, and I was in stress. But I would like to tell you that for me, I overcame all the stereotypes. I moved to a different city. I gave birth to my child, and I was the chief of psychological support. psychological service, and we agreed with my husband, who was a policeman. He took the maternity leave, and the second child, who's is 3 years old now. And psychologist of police is working with only with police, and because in our region there is a broad practice with our policemen, our colleagues, and they come to us for consultations, and they invite us they bring their wives and their children. We provide the support services, and we want to put the families together, and therefore as a policeman to feel very good and home and also in the office. So breaking all the stereotypes, I'm here and I'm very happy of that. And I would like to thank everyone, all the colleagues who are here and those who are not here. Olena, you're working with, you work psychologically. You provide psychological support to your colleagues. What is the most difficult in your work when you work with with policemen and with their families? What do they complain about the most often? Well, your woman's heart, does it help, or is it about something different? You see, I was at the war. I saw it, and I understand where they are living, where military men go. They understand that a component of support. So, woman's heart, yes, it is helpful because I wanted to say such words to everyone, for those words to help them, to inspire them. And the most important that for them to keep those words in their mind and also where they have to serve. So, woman's heart helps, but first of all, professionalism is the most important. That's a priority for me, and I never step back from that. Professional skills and then womanhood. But families, the families. What problems do they have the most often? What do they need? If you, of course, if you can talk about that, I will speak very generally. They need competence. They need very often women send their husbands, but we should tell them that their husbands will be very thankful if the women motivate them. So we train our women who are waiting for their husband, policeman, and they should say, "We love you. We're waiting for you. We hope that you come back." So relations between women and men can be very positive on the service of every policeman when they are in the field. Thank you very much. I wish you to have enough of your professionalism and also your efforts, energy, health to work and to support these people and the boys who go to the front, and also you support their families. Thank you very much for your work. Thank you for talking to us. Maybe we'll talk to you again. If you have any question to other participants of this event, we're in touch. Thank you very much, Olena. Now we would like to connect with Lviv, and we move to the west of Ukraine, and we have a wonderful woman, and I will introduce her, Leokadia Gerasimenko. She's the president of Society of Women of Ukraine. She's the deputy head of the Society Ukraine Vietnam, and she's an ambassador of peace. And do you hear us, Leokadia? Good afternoon. You're working a lot, and on peacekeeping, you are the ambassador of peace. And could you share your experience how to be a woman in that field? Every woman is a peacekeeper in the soul, because what wants to happen is that to the children, to the country, and we want peace to be not only in the country but also on the earth. That's why our organization Since 2015, we hold peace keeping up events when this calamity came to our country, when the war came to our country. And with the help of the program of the British project, we received such a program as a peacekeeping in Ukraine and the role of women. So those times were really difficult, and all the women were lost all over the country, and we had to help people and to bring them together. We held about more than 50 peacekeeping events and in 18 regions of Ukraine, and that became a powerful campaign of the Society of Women of Ukraine. And we brought around, we organized around ourselves other NGOs, and I'm very happy that we are 30 years old. We are the first women's organization in Ukraine, which in 1991 we officially registered in independent Ukraine. And we have such an important thing in our activity. I would like to share it with you because in 1985, our president, honorable president, she was a vice deputy in the cabinet of ministers of Ukraine, and at the 10th anniversary of women, she went to the conference of the UN and in Nairobi. And at that conference, they formulated and approved the text of the article Equal Opportunities of women and men in all the fields of life and in protection of peace. So here, then, 1991, and in 1991, the parliament started to develop the constitution of Ukraine, of independent Ukraine. And Maria Andreevna, she took all the documents from that conference, the UN conference, and she went to the president and she showed those documents to him. The president approved them. And in 1996, the parliament approved the new constitution of Ukraine, which has an article about equal opportunities, rights and opportunities, and our chairman brought that to the parliament. So that article came here because we supported it. We have a lot of things in the constitution, but many things are not implemented. I understand that was written in our constitution, but you agree that there are a lot of stereotypes, a lot of biases, a lot of disbalance, a lot of injustices to women, professional women. So what's the main mission of women peacekeepers in Ukraine, especially in such times, hard times that we have in Ukraine? You see, I, for example, believe that, first of all, we should remember values of human values that united people, not separate people. It's very important to cooperate, to get interested in the activity of others, to support the different activities, also recognize success of others, and we help each other. We win from that, and that is our goal, is to unite all the women in Ukraine in the struggle for peace and for overcoming conflicts in Ukraine. And we wanted to bring together all NGOs, activists of women, volunteers, and people of goodwill on one platform. And we should state with confidence that the peace of Ukraine, it will come It depends on us. And every woman should feel that in the soul, and we should help each other. We that differences in minds of people. This is something where we can work. It depends a lot of us because we are mothers. And in our soul, historically, women want peace. And the word peace, peace in the soul, in the family, peace, love to each other, and that hostility, we cannot overcome hostilities without that feeling. So all of us at our place, we should work on that. I would like to give an example. At the beginning of the war, we did organize a lot of events in Donetsk and Luhansk regions, and we worked with the children. We had psychologists, and our women decided, members of our organization decided to run a project. Women of Ukraine to children of Donbass region. So we 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 collected more than 1,500 embroidered shirts, and we went into different cities in Luhansk and Donetsk region, and we put those embroidered shirts on the children. One boy from Kiev region, together with that embroidered t-shirt, embroidered shirt, he wrote a letter. And small Ukrainian, little Ukrainian, that embroidered shirt was embroidered by my grandma. She lived in the Ivano-Frankivsk region, and that embroidered shirt for grandma. During those years, she was a protector of our family. And now the war has started. It's very difficult to you, and we decided with all our family to present to you this embroidered shirt, for that to protect you from evil, from the war, and for you to be in good health. And you can't imagine the reaction of children, children of IDPs. And I read that letter, and I spoke to children who would like to get this shirt. You can't believe. So many eyes were looking at me, staring at me, they were running to me, and they wanted to get that shirt. This is peacekeeping, or peace creation, I would say, and a lot of such things can be done. We hold forums, round tables, but when you hold such peace creation events, this is something different. You have to use your psyche and your mentality and your mind. Thank you very much. It's impossible not to believe to you. Thank you very much for your speech with a lot of images. I wish you to have enough of inspiration and energy, your heart and goodness in you, and I wish success in all your work. Now we move again to Kryvyi Rih. Our Kryvyi Rih, do you hear us? Do you hear me? Yes, please. I will introduce our next participant, Yulia Malachova, Senior Lieutenant of Police, Deputy Chief of Kryvyi Rih Academy of Patrol Police. I'm very pleased to introduce you here, Yulia. I have, of course, some questions. I prepared questions to you, but there are some ideas and there are requests. You are in patrol and police. This is a hard work, and some people ask you, are you supported by your partner, by your husband, your children? Your family, are they helpful? Your partner, your husband, are they helpful in your work? Thank you very much for for the question. I will give you the answer, but I wanted to give you an introduction because a lot of people spoke here, and I would like to mention that every one of us, girl or boy, doesn't matter, but somebody who chose to be in police, the way of protectors, defenders in law enforcement, we should count on ourselves and those obstacles that we will face, we should believe that we will be able to overcome them. As to the support of the family, in 2015, together, I was in business together with my family, and my choice to participate in patrol police, which that was at the very beginning of its creation, and they started to open it in the different places of Ukraine. It was very balanced, and the family supported me, and many of my friends and colleagues went to the east of Ukraine to defend the country. I had a family business. Everything was fine. But understanding that my friends went to defend the borders of Ukraine, it was always in my head. And in 2015, I applied to patrol police, and with the support of the family, and they believed in me. That allowed me to pass some selection, difficult training, and the service, and to defend our people in Kryvyi Rih, and as I was a deputy head of the platoon. As to my love, and he's also in police, and I didn't think that the life would turn this way, but he understands me like nobody else. When I'm late from work, he cooks dinner, very tasty dinner. He supports me completely, and I am supported by my mother. And when it's difficult, it happens to all of us, and I can talk to her and get that support, which motivates me to continue to do my job, favorite job, and to do it with good quality. You're in patrol police since 2015. For 6 years you're there. Did you feel pity about your decision? Probably not, since you speak about that with so inspiration. But was it difficult to get promoted? Because now you have a position, you have experience. Was it difficult during these 6 years as a woman to work and to grow and to be promoted in your career? Yes, thank you. For 6 years, I'm working in police. And during these 6 years, I held 5 leading positions and 3 in practical unit patrol police, and started after deputy head of the platoon, and then head of the platoon, and during the first 3 years. Was it difficult? No. I was supported by my leaders because they did look at me as a girl or not. They looked at my competences, and they supported me when I put some barriers to myself, some obstacles. The first help hand was from my leaders. They trusted me. There was such level of support that you could not go back and say I can't do it. So with the support of my colleagues, every one of them, for that experience, not always positive experience, but that's why I'm here, and this takes a lot of work. And
My husband also works together with me in television, journalist, and they ask me, how do you work together? And I keep telling, well, he does his work, I'm doing my work. We're not meeting at our workplace. How about your family? How about your children, maybe, or your neighbors? How two police officers can live in one apartment, or in one house? Let me tell you, two police officers enjoy living together when they have something common. For instance, like a hobby. So work is work, but we enjoy doing another activity together, which helps to bring our family together. And one of our participants today mentioned about discipline. That was her dream. How about discipline in your family? Oh yes, very strict, very strict. Appreciate a lot. Maybe last question to you. We're talking today again about stereotypes, and we want to overcome them. We try to minimize them and mitigate them. We want to have talented and skilled women in very difficult and certainly tough job. So my understanding of difficult is different from what you understand by the word difficult. So do you feel now yourself a woman police officer in some different way? Let me repeat the words of one of my colleagues that that is your position, is that's your purpose or that's your means to do something, regardless of gender, regardless of men or women, police officer or national guards. When your position and when your skills are means of doing something or making changes, but not your eventual purpose, your life becomes much easier. So I every morning ask myself, what is my purpose in the future? And of course, I rely on the support of my friends, of my family. So the key point for everyone to remember that your position, what you occupy, your rank, is not the eventual purpose, but only the means to make a change in Ukraine. Thank you, Yulia. Please say hi to your husband, police officer. We enjoyed your speech. You're a wonderful family. That we can actually invite you to talk about your family in our news on our channel, on our TV channel. So let me go to Mariupol right now. Are you with us? I can see that you're nodding. We're going back to Mariupol. We have another representative from actually Portugal, Carla Costa. She's senior advisor in law enforcement activities in a European advisory mission, EUAM. She has a very interesting job to develop institutional support. She worked in Mozambique, in Cabo Verde. Recently, Carla was in Yemen, also working in supporting the local peacekeeping and peace-building efforts. Carla, please tell us about your experience in peacekeeping and the role of women in such international efforts. The floor is yours.
But first of all, I would like to say that it is an honor and a privilege for me to participate in this conference. So thank you very much for the invitation.
Має бути синхронний переклад. Ви чуєте?
So, allow to introduce myself a little bit more. I'm 47 years old and I'm a Portuguese police officer. It's kind of confusing translation.
Іде синхронний переклад, вибачайте. Іде, так? Угу. Прошу, Карла, продовжуйте.
Carla, you can go ahead. Yeah, we'll do simultaneous translation.
Police in 1994 and I graduated in 1999. I started my career as a police station commander and the leadership has been present daily. So currently my rank is I'm a lieutenant colonel. And for the last 27 years, I'm getting promoted and acting several tasks and working in several departments. And also in different countries. So that's what it leads to my experience in this mission. So I've always been a person who likes challenges and sees opportunities, and I always try to be better and help others. So being part of international missions is at the same time a challenge, but it's also an opportunity to share experiences and to learn colleagues from different countries, to know different cultures, and also to be able to contribute to this with my own experience. So I started my international experience in technical police cooperation with the police of the Republic of Mozambique and also with the National Police of Cabo Verde in Africa. Actually, I was delivering some training and some advice in 2009, 2012, and 2015. And recently, as I was introduced, I performed as an international observer in the Middle East. It was an hostile security scenario in Yemen. The United Nations mission to support the data agreement. So it was a very, very hard and hostile environment, as you can imagine, not only because of the conflict, but also because of the humanitarian crisis. In my opinion, I was there for two purposes. So, I was there to not only help the mission to achieve their own goals by monitoring the fire getting place, but also I was there to serve as a role model for local women. It was a very hard feeling knowing that in the Middle East, women are not, they don't have the same rights that we are used to. It was a challenge for me to be there and witness, being a witness of that. On the other hand, I was able to know other women in the mission. It was a very, very fruitful for me as well. So I felt very much respected by men inside the mission. We were 41 different nationalities. And also imagine that it's a challenge to work and to be 24/7 every day away from our own family and sharing not only your professional skills but also your weaknesses, because it was a very hostile environment. But we managed to stay together. And there were women from the Philippines, Indonesia, Italy, France, Sweden, Germany, Portugal. So we had different cultures, but what I want to highlight is that we stood together and support each other. So in this particularly kind of performance, being a police officer is already very hard, but being a police officer in another country with different cultures and other people to work as a team.
Пані Карла, не
Idea. You know, Miss Carla, that's we don't have very good connection with Mariupol. We are working now in UAM in Mariupol. How Mariupol has changed during you were there? What your strategic objectives as part of UAM mission there? If you can, please do it briefly.
So, as a police officer in Portugal, I performed my duties mainly in crime prevention and domestic violence and community policing. So, being part of the European Union advisor mission in Mariupol, it's not working. This one, should I close that? So at the same time, participating in this mission, it represents a personal challenge and an opportunity to share experiences. About my plans, we started to establish frequently meetings and to give practical advice and to maintain contacts with our counterparts. And also I'm part of the team that it is developing the community safety dialogue project. So on this regard, the field office Mariupol has launched the working group on domestic violence and also on crime prevention. So it's all about building trust between authorities and civil society, and to promote the development of the security sector, the reform of the security sector. So,
Як поліцейська в Португалії, я
As a police officer, my particularly work was on preventing domestic violence and working together with community. Now, while I'm working in the UAM, working in Mariupol, I'm proud to accomplish quite a number of objectives, and I face a few personal challenges. Nonetheless, I see this as an opportunity to exchange experience and develop develop security sector in Ukraine. My plan is to conduct a number of meetings to provide guidance, advice, and to support different opportunities for cooperation and interaction between different stakeholders. And I belong also to a working group on safe community dialogue. And the UAM also initiated the domestic violence prevention working group and crime prevention. Thank you very much, Ms. Carla. Thank you, Mariupol. I appreciate your words and we wish peace, of course, to Mariupol and to all Ukraine. Mariupol, thanks a lot. I would like to say thank you to Poltava and Kryvyi Rih, to all other cities. So our speakers, maybe you have a few words to Miss Marina or Miss Ksenia, maybe, or you are tired already, or you are ready to say something. Oh, I will be very brief. So you won't be bored with me, but actually I was amazed with the stories, personal stories, what we heard today from the participants of our session. And you know, if we're talking about personal life, you know, our partners, it is really part of our personal life. Maybe you think it's very little, but it's very important as well. When I talk to those students, remember I told you about the meeting in Nikolaev, and we talked about with those girls, how about women who want to get married, and that's the only purpose for them. So we have to say that's not only your shouldn't be your main purpose. That maybe should be a means for something. So as a political field worker, I told them about the paternity leave that we have in Ukraine, not only maternity leave, and I certainly we work on a full-fledged and holistic approach to paternity leaves and to the system of the baby care for both men and women equally. So we're not yet that. Nonetheless, we're working on this. I wish all of you to believe in yourself. I saw cases in my life on the force that you cannot overcome from women. It comes, the energy flows from women in such a stream that you cannot really stop. So I wish you to feel the same. I already feel that you are one step forwards and you have chosen this difficult field. Do not see any obstacles in front of you. You are really doing great. Even if you see locked doors, even if there are 10 doors, all of them locked, but you still shouldn't be put off by this fact. And I would wish to tell you that the level how we take gender equality in the ministry, in the parliament, I believe there is a window of opportunities. Please use it. Be ready to get promoted. We need women at senior position. Thank you very much, Ms. Marina, and Ms. Ksenia, please, your a few words at the end. Yes, I will try to be brief as well. I related to the story, I think, by Miss Zinaida, who told us the story about balloons with glass balloons. And I feel myself lucky that during my life I met only good people. But nonetheless, you have to talk. When you talk to your partners, you have to agree on many things. You have to talk about this in advance. You have to ask him if he's ready. He should ask you if you are ready to support each other at some point. What if something happens? So that's something this foundation can create. You can pave your way further. So please join our association and also the programs that we're going to launch further. I'm sure you can do it. The barriers are in our head. We have to break the stereotypes, exploring ourselves. Time is running. We are about to enter lunch. Thank you very much. You're amazing. I wish you strength, health, trust in yourself, and maybe something original. Maybe it is not classic and traditional. I want you to be with someone in this profession. I want you to have strong men together with you, shoulder to shoulder, and so you would feel this strength inside. So my congratulations on the upcoming holiday of defenders and defendresses. So you deserve this happiness and professional and personal growth. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank for this very good discussion, and the time is very close to lunch. We will see you in an hour. We will have a practical part of the event. We will have master classes, introductory to stress, how to overcome stress, and also exhaustion, professional exhaust. And thank you. See you later.
Шановні колеги та колежанки, наша міжрегіональна конференція «Руйнуй стереотипи, пізнаючи себе» триває. І я зараз звертаюся до тих, хто з нами на зв'язку онлайн. Ми переходимо до цікавої практичної частини конференції – інтерактивних майстер-класів на теми стресостійкості та подолання.
We will speak about stress, how to handle stress, and Oля Khudryska will give, she's a consultant and she is working on career issues and employment she's working in that field for 9 years. She'll give a training on how to counteract emotional exhaustion or burnout. This is a very important issue for the people who build the career. So please take notes, listen, and be ready with your questions. Good afternoon. My name is Juliana. I am a consultant, as it was told, career consultant. We will speak about professional burnout and how to prevent it. And to start with, I would like to suggest that you take notes, and Немає, я б сказав.
Так, доброго дня. Трошки
Good afternoon. I begin. I will speak about professional burnout and about its prevention. I'll suggest that you take your questions right away. You give your questions during the conversation, and organizers will give me your questions. I will be able to respond to them. It's better not to wait until the end, because by the end you could forget your question. And if I know that I will speak about that, I will just tell you about that. So let's start. Let's begin. So, emotional burnout, it's a reaction of the body, the protection reaction, and to stress. And there is a specific tiredness, which is based on emotional tiredness, not physical tiredness, but on emotional and intellectual. And there are different levels of burnout. My clients and clients of my colleagues that I meet, they come to the idea that they have a burnout at that moment when it is completely developed, and for several months they see that something is wrong, or they get the feedback from their colleagues or from the seniors or from the close people that something is wrong with you, you have changed, you seek for help. So people come late in the development of burnout. There are early stages. If we catch on that stage, it's the easiest way to stop, to prevent, and to treat. In other words, so prevention of burnout is easier and quicker than getting out from the burnout, like any physical state. It's better to prevent. It's easier than prevent than to deal with consequences. The first stage is called honeymoon, and it's when we are so captured with our work and ideas and values we have to work with, that we like it so much that we put a lot of efforts into that. So it can be a new job, a new project, a new competence, and it could be just any new condition. Unexpectedly, they captured you, or you've decided that you want something. For example, a new position or new opportunities, and you have lots of ambitions. It's very good. There is nothing bad in ambitions, but what is bad is that they exaggerate. What is too much, what is extra, that's not very good. And when it comes to work, that accession is very difficult to stop it. We get so captured that slowly, gradually, the work takes more and more of our life. I want to tell you that during that first stage, when we dissipate in our work, it's quite normal. We take it normal. You have lots of energy, power. You feel yourself very productive. Like any honeymoon, we feel ourselves like in love with our work. And ironically, it's an irony, but this is the first stage of burnout, and it's very often we don't notice it. And it's not when you came to later stages of burnout, when you come back from that, then you start noticing that stage. But it happens not right away, after a lot of work. Next stage, the stage of balancing. So when you still are captured, and but energy, because we did not renew it during a month or several months of the honeymoon, or sometimes several years, we expire our forces. But we wanted to be efficient, we wanted to be liked, and we wanted to prove that we are needed. We're useful, or we are captured with ideas for the sake of which we are working. We force ourselves to work more. So I physically feel that I'm tired, and very tired. But there is still energy, and I started to push myself. And a little bit more, a little more. I can do it. I can do it. I'm strong. I will succeed. So we don't think about needs and our own needs. And if during that time you take holidays, you will come and you will pull back during the stage of the honeymoon. You will renew your energy quite quick. But if you don't pay attention, if you don't take regular recreation, you move to the next stage quite quickly. One more stage of balancing. Tiredness, fatigue becomes chronic, and there could be we could have a problem with our sleep, and when we sleep, when we see our dreams during our work, or we cannot stop thinking about the work after the work. The third stage is chronic symptoms. So if during the previous stage, after long weekends, after vacations, we recovered and came to the good state, at least for some time. So on the stage of chronic tiredness, vacations don't help. We feel that something is wrong. We begin conflicts with other people, and we take the position of accusing someone. We accuse conditions, our work, our colleagues, our leadership, our seniors. We say that the workload is very high. And I would like to tell you that the reason of burnout, there are a lot of reasons, and we'll speak about that later. And they are external and internal. It happens that external dominate, and it happens that the load is very, very big, and sometimes internal. The load is quite normal, but you got used to work as a horse, and you don't have another mode. There is nothing in between, but the most often it's a combination of external and internal reasons. But on the stage of chronic symptoms, the people they feel that they are burnt out, but they refuse to take responsibility on themselves. So we refuse to recognize that we can influence on the situation. So it has happened. I cannot change. That's what we are saying. On this stage, there is such a feeling that I just don't let my emotions out. It can be a thought about emotions, but it's rather like, oh, I don't want to see anyone. I'm overloaded with emotions during my work. I am beaten out from the situation if I face at my work situations which cause emotions. And sometimes I'm sad, I'm in the state of compassion, anger. It's very difficult to handle all these emotions. That's why after work, any social contacts, for example, parties, meeting friends, meetings with relatives, they seemed to me excessive, like an excessive load. I started escaping them, and I, g- I stopped going out with friends, with my family. I limited my communication. I don't communicate with other people. It doesn't mean that right away you become like outcast. It means that you don't want to get out of this situation. If somebody has a hobby and on this stage, that hobby is forgotten because there is no emotion for that hobby too, and right away there is a growth of aggressive behavior, and you can start feeling that you are irritated by with small things that never irritated you before. You can start feeling that any small, tiny disagreement, any tiny break in the work. It is felt like the last straw which can break the back of an elephant of a camel, and you have a feeling that you are very close to explosion. The first stage and the stage of crisis. The fatigue is not just chronic; it overfills us, and a person begins. What is happening here? Emotional psychic state is a reality. It's like a body. We have emotions, and biologically there is the base for them. It's like a social based this. Then we need to be in a society. It's like on the level of the feelings. So our mental field, that muscle, we feel emotions. It doesn't feel it those emotions, and it blocks emotions, in fact, in that place where they come. The psyche mentality starts protected itself with all the means it has. There could be illnesses at this on the stage. It could be like flu. Often you have a flu or some chronic diseases or some new diseases, and it could look like something wrong with the legs, and it means that I'm tired and we need to stop. And all of that, it's not you who consciously does that. This is the way the body protects you from too much load. There are no other means for protection. Sometimes you think about escaping. We start thinking how great it would be if now there was an opportunity for us not just to escape from the situation. It would be great to win the lottery. Or it would be good. I had like a dream to get married with a rich man. I would sit home, I would cook, and I wouldn't do anything else. Of course, it's an illusion because it's also work. Homework is you can have a burnout even quicker than at your job place. But such thoughts like I quit the job and I will go to jewelry, or I will quit and I will become a teacher. So when you think about change of profession, country, this means that you want to escape. This is a stage of crisis, and you start seeking for assistance if you know where to go. They take sometimes they take vacations, long vacations if it's possible. They agree on some other workload at the place of job, or you go to a psychologist or consultant, because you have to deal with this burnout. But there is the next stage, the stage of confusion. It's not. It's confusion. We are confused when the burnout is so usual for you that we take it as something normal. If something pains fall on, for example, your leg, at some point you start to take it, it pains us so long you don't do anything, then you take it as normal. Okay, it hurts. So you have less energy, the quality of your life is worse, but it doesn't come to your mind that you can live differently. So on the stage of confusion, we feel that we lose control over life, and we can feel that we emptiness, internal, no sense, no meaning of life. Very often on the stage, people tell me, I don't understand what is happening to me. I don't recognize myself, they can say. But the irony is that people can look externally as very successful, very productive, very, and the leadership is very happy with them, and people can envy colleagues can use them as an example. But internally, that person feels very unhappy. You know, it's when those ruining ways of behavior which bring us to burnout, they become so useful to us, common to us, that we don't understand how it can be different. So we just we push ourselves again to continue. But sooner or later, the collapse will come. And then there will be serious illnesses, serious psychological changes, mental changes in behavior, and we'll lose our productivity. In fact, this stage, the fifth stage, is the period when we go in the car without oil, and so your engine can stop at any moment, and your vehicle will need replacement. It's very expensive, but it's driving, and you're driving somehow. Okay, something is hitting. It shows that there is no oil. Okay, let's move on. We can go full on, but could we do it differently? I see people very often on the stage, and when you tell them that this is normal, not normal, it shouldn't be so difficult, and there could be aggression coming out from such people periodically. I come, what can it be? I can get pleasure from work. Everybody lives like I. My client told that everybody is in hell, and it's normal. No, not everybody is in the hell, and it doesn't mean that those who are not in the hell, they don't have difficulties, but there are different kinds of difficulties. There are difficulties so that overcoming all of them is not ruining you. But you can, if you are in the stage of burnout, that is something that is ruining you. If we are working for 40 years in average, and so when I counted, it's about 83,000 hours for life. More or less, but some people live longer. So it's a long play. If we live in the stage when we cannot, but we continue because we're not sure, and it's we are afraid to stop. This is this way. This road will be shorter than we want. This is a strategical, not good behavioral model. Let's move on. Emotional burnout and emotional burnout is the same. There are three components: emotional burnout or exhaustion, depersonalization, low level of professional value, personal professional value. If you're just tired, but you don't have depersonalization, I will tell you what it is. Then doesn't mean that that you have a burnout. Also, all these three components have different levels of manifestation. It's not that we have it or not, white or black. No. Some, 10% to 20%, 50%, 80%. And there are special tests for emotional burnout, professional burnout. You can take it and you can see on which stage you are at present if you're interested. Let's speak about the components of burnout. Emotional burnout, this is a key factor. How does it look like? If we are burnt out emotionally, we minimize our emotional manifestations. We don't have energy to be happy. We don't have energy to do something, to get captured with something. We don't have energy to dream. Dream, and it's not a very popular business. I recommend to be dreaming because this is the way we plan my future. Don't miss it. Take it for fantasies. It's different. But you don't have power or energy to want something. It's about emotional burnout in one or the other stage. We become indifferent. We are indifferent. We don't care less. So let's November in November. Any city in November, like very close to December, when no trees, but there is no snow yet, and everything is gray. So This is the way it looks emotional. Everything is growing. I am indifferent. I don't want to see anyone, and I don't want to communicate with anyone.
хочу.
I don't want anything. If you ask this person, how are you? The person will say, I'm okay. No emotions, maybe some irritation, maybe a lot of irritation actually. The second component is depersonalization. That's a tough situation to work with. Emotional burnout happens when there's a lot of contact, emotional contact in work and workplace. When the person all the time works with other people, so it's not like work with text or computers or equipment, but between people. So this professionals, the specialists are working with other human beings, which involves different types of emotions coming from the person, the specialist or the client side. So you sometimes even don't want to do it, but you still emotions are still there. So uh, your emotional level is overloaded. You know, it's like you go to gym and you work a lot, and especially maybe you want to walk or jog longer than you usually would do. So your muscles won't work for longer time. The same situation with your mental health. At some point, your mental health won't work. Your emotional level is fails to perform the same amount of work. I'm not interested in anything else in outside. I don't care what other people think. I really. It's not my business why they failed to meet our performances. It is I need to do something that I have to do. That's it. I'm not interested in anything else. I'm not any more compassionate. I'm not any more. I do not feel empathy anymore. They're just an object for me. I do not see a person behind them. I I can give you an example from the medical field when the doctor who you visit, we all go to doctors, you understand that. Doctors talk all the time to people, and especially they talk to people that face some problems. Let's say I'm going to sonography, and that's I know that at this sonography I'm supposed to feel myself good, but the specialist who is checking my let's say the pregnancy sonography, and you want the doctor tells you something that gives you a recommendation that is really painful to you. For instance, they tell you, well, you know, you have a condition that you cannot have children or something. So that doctor doesn't really care about your emotional status, and it is very painful for you because you wanted so long to have it, but you still, you hear from the doctor totally different. A positive doctor would be the one who would say, don't worry, go ahead, it's not a problem, we can solve the problem even you have it. That's a positive doctor. That's not the one who faces a burnout. He sees in you a person with emotions and the feelings. That's why they do not aim to affect you, and do not I'm not sure what they say in this, the doctor's oath, but I'm talking about their feeling side, that they have to show empathy and feel in other person that works with them. So that it is the level of depersonalization when you have when the doctor cannot really give you back the what is expected, and so it's very unpleasant for us as customers to come such people. So when burnout happens, we cannot perform properly our work. We're not anymore human. Our human part goes down. So I want to say at this point that there's there's actually it's normal to face burnout. It's there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's just our nature. Our body sometimes is sick. Our body sometimes feel overwhelmed. Sometimes we need to drink. Sometimes we need to eat, sleep, etc. So the same happens with our mental health. If it is overworked, then we face burnout when we are beyond our capabilities. That's why you do not feel yourself that, oh, you're a weak person or you're bad professional. It is like a flu that comes, or like you may take a vaccine against it, and you have less chances to get to contract this disease. But it can still happen. So burnout is the same thing. You may contract it or not. Let's move on. Now, the third component of burnout, in addition to depersonalization, we're feeling, we're belittling our capabilities. We feel like we haven't achieved anything, we haven't realized anything, we haven't accomplished anything. We forget that we do our work good. We forget that our profession is important. We do not want to grow professionally. And if we ask this person, what do you like in yourself as a professional, just in an informal conversation, comfortable environment, this person would not be able to answer you. Maybe this person can say, well, I'm responsible, but nothing specific, nothing really cool. At this stage, when they face this level of burnout, they cannot produce anything substantial. So burnout, when we have emotional overload, this is one component. Another one is I avoid people. It's hard. I cannot see human beings in them. I just want them to accomplish something, to complete something. That's it. One of my clients told me, I dream about being 70 years old. I will buy a fence, 2 meter high fence in on Mallorca, and then I will be free. So we understood that is the moment when the person had burnout. Now we came to the a point that of not really valuing your skills and your profession. Of course, it's not true, but this is the stage where you feel it. So when you have all those three elements together, it's burnout. If you have only one, it is something else. Maybe a professional crisis, maybe you're tired, maybe you're really sick, maybe you do not have, maybe you just don't have, you lack some sun to go out, or fresh air. You know, when we don't have sun, we actually have less hormones that make us happy. So to be happy, you need to have 3-4 hours of light during the day. So of course the mood goes down when you don't have enough sunlight. But it's all not about burnout. That's different. Now before we go to prevention, let's talk about root causes. What's wrong? The key reason is the emotional contact with emotional contact. This is the key point: emotional contact with other people. So that you let's again back to our example. Career consultant faces people who have problems in career. Doctors have problems. Meet people who face problems in their health. Someone faced violence. Someone faced injustice, or someone is just lost in his or her life. So there are gazillion of different situations when emotions can affect your communication. It's not because you're weak, but well, certainly they're people who train themselves to have a balanced resilience skills to balance what their overload with emotions. But there's still a group of risk group of more vulnerable people who may face it more often. Now, what else can contribute to burnout? When you do many things at the same time, when you perform many roles at the same time, that contributes to burnout. For instance, at work, you have a not clear rostrum of your duties, or your colleagues ask you all the time to help, and you understand that you do work for them, or maybe you see that someone cannot perform their work properly, so you want to help them. Or maybe just your boss told you to do this. So if you don't have explicitly stated your duties, you're about to face burnout. You don't know what to do today or tomorrow, your objectives. You cannot plan properly your work and manage your working hours. It is also tough to jump from low emotional, low involving activity to another. Let's say when you have a chance from one conflict area to another. That's again we're talking about law enforcement. When you go from one call to another. Speaking about other areas, the cost of mistake, like in my case, SMM. The SMM, yeah, I can make a mistake and I can lose job. But imagine if a surgeon would make a mistake at the operation room, then the mistake you may make in your life. So the cost of this mistake is another factor to increase the burnout. Then the factor of perfectionism. So what does it mean? I'm not. It's a really long conversation, but we're. It's. But briefly, to put it in just a few words, this is. I know how to do it, and I'm trying to make it perfect. It's not. It's not the level that is requested, what the boss wants from me or the customer wants from me, but the perfect situation how I see it. Perhaps it's actually 20% of the task will be sufficient for the boss, but unfortunately I want to do even more. So perfectionism does not actually what is required. And you can tell, whoa, this is much better than I suggested. And the customer can tell you, but I don't need that perfect. I just wanted your time and skills. I wanted your skills to spend on other areas. I just wanted to have 20% of your contribution to this specific objectives. Of course, perfectionism comes from good intention, but you never have enough time to complete the task, all the tasks perfectly, because you contributed 100%. You were paid, let's say, for 20%, and even you were blamed for spending too much time for this task. Another area, what we can talk about, conflicts at work, workplace conflicts. You are in danger that you can be dismissed, or you have some issues between colleagues, or maybe you're afraid of potential change of positions or organizational restructure, financial pressure. Will I receive the salary by the end of the month or not? Sometimes there are companies that have problems with paying salaries on time. So we know that burnout comes often in those situations when you have when you work for those companies that do not pay salaries on time. Now, so we're. But this is not something you can contribute. You can change also. Another thing is when everyone around may think that your job is not that important. When there are different stereotypes about our jobs. I will give you an example of realtors, the one that coaches or other professions that have negative stereotypes. So if you, it's not the most decisive, but in case you have other factors contributing to burnout, this one would be another one to make the situation even worse. So you another thing is support. Do you have support from other sides? And understanding all these areas would be helping you to work on the issues. So now the another reason is the wrong understanding of a professional. So sometimes people think that's maybe come from our parents, grandparents, that you have worked hard and only then you can become a professional. They lived in the world where they had to work from dusk to dawn and all the time, and they talked about after war, after great war times, and the idea came that to survive you need to work a lot, the long hours. So to feel burnout, to be exhausted, to feel exhausted, that's it means a criterion of a professional. So, but this is illusion. This is not true. And I agree. If the person wants to believe in this myth, it's not a problem. You can do it. But in my opinion, the task of a professional to organize your workload so that in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, I would be able to do my work equally well if I want to do it. If every 6 months I face burnout, I will not be able to work for so many hours. I may not actually even live long enough, but this is just my personal position. I felt burnout myself, and I thought, well, I need to go to psychiatrist. That was almost about that level. So at some point, you really feel that you need to seek professional help. It's not that I want to put you off or that it's going to happen. Don't worry, but it just there's some percent that it may happen. Now, speaking about true professional. I don't like the word true here, but anyway, a professional is the one who can identify burnout early enough. Myself, I'm not able to do it. Sometimes I can feel myself too late. I balance myself, I regain forces and I go back, but sometimes I cannot really do it timely. So when we will move on to the prevention of burnout, the key concept is not to prevent any burnout, but to be able to regain your energy, to renew your forces on time. It's fine to face some burnout at some point. Some people manage to be as professional that they do not face any burnout, and financial problems, uncertainty, something else. But apart from workplace, we have other issues around us. How about lockdown? Will we face it or not? How about where our children will go? Will the school or kindergarten works? Will we have financial support or not? Will we have the draft bill passed or not? So we face difficult situation and all the time around. So never our world faced so many factors that may affect our life at the same time simultaneously. That's why burnout is such a spread event right now. And we know about our hygiene, personal hygiene. We know to wash hands. We know what to do to prevent some diseases. But we need to work also on prevention of emotional burnout.
What helps? How to prevent burnout? What is the good remedy, good prevention? The first point, to pay attention to oneself. It's not easy. It's just one line which includes a lot of different components. And what it means to pay attention to oneself and pay attention to your body. That's the situation. 100% of my attention. 50 to the situation, 50% to yourself. It's not easy. I am interested how my body feels. I should be interested. Okay, when I'm running and I have a lot of work to do or some extreme situation, of course, I don't ask myself about my state of mind. But when I came to the result, I can ask what I can do for myself. So 50% of attention not only on the body, but also on emotions. So it's about reflection on our emotions and feelings. Because when it's about emotional and professional burnout, it happens very often. A person is facing the situation which is very touchy emotionally. But we push down those emotions, we put them in the container, so we don't go through, we don't speak to anyone. We just the person says, we say that we don't feel that, and we close up down ourselves, because psyche is a normal part of our body. Emotions, they don't disappear, they are in you. You just press them down, in other words, and at some moment this is a situation which is far away, but it looks like the previous. You may misunderstood the similarity. Misunderstanding the similarity could have very strong emotional feelings, and you will not understand why. So there's a trigger. So the reflection on your emotions is needed, because when we have emotions, for us, if not express them, we should understand that now I feel a lot of fear, or I feel a big pain, or I sympathize to that person, or I envy, or that person irritates me. Now, if we on a regular basis reflect on our emotions, and we have someone to discuss it, then we can vent them out. Emotions disappear when it is manifested. Emotion is a signal system of the body. Signal system of the psyche. You take something hard, it's painful, and you know the situation is dangerous for your health. You hit when you hit your leg against a chair, it pains, and you know that this is not a burn. So your body is in a physical danger. So pain is a signal that there's a danger to your body. So emotion is a signal that on what is happening in social environment, what is happening in your communication with other people. Likewise, it could be pleasant for a body. It's pleasant feeling that after the shower, or when you make exercise, or you eat something tasty, it's pleasant. It's a signal of the body that everything is fine with the body. Yes, the same with psyche, what we call negative emotions, and it proves that there are some borders which are destroyed, or something bad is happening over us, and for a social being is something dangerous. Pleasant, when we are happy, there is a pleasure, emotional pleasure. It proves that in social environment and in society, everything is fine. And women especially love to say that something emotional. It happens, but there is no such a thing like too much emotional. Emotions, they are as big as we need to survive in the environment. According to our psychological constitution, there are different ways to manifest emotions. It's true. It's a separate topic. There could be a lecture about emotional intellect, but I see that I have limited time and I have a lot of slides to cover. So it would be great to work on the issue of reflections of the emotions, and there are many of them. Google and see which you have very often or very seldom, and what emotions are prohibited to you. And this is what we can do. What else is helpful? Attention of employer to feedback. So if he listens to you or she listens to you and take measures in order to solve problems that you discuss, then even not right away, but if they listen to you and you know when the situation resolved, approximately, like we cannot do it now, but in half a year we'll do it, and they'll do something, then it's very positive. It has very positive effect because the psyche understands that a difficult period will have the end, and this is this environmental situation with the psyche, and it redistributes resources until the end. Just like you come to the dentist. I don't like dentists. You take the chair and you ask, how long will it last? 20 minutes. Okay. Okay, 20 minutes, it will be not pleasant, but anyways. But then it goes on an hour and a half. So in 20 minutes, you lose your tolerance. And if you're told that you will have 1 hour and a half, they would tune yourself, and it will be easier for you. The same with a psyche. If it knows when an unpleasant situation is over, it can stand it under the condition that it will be the end. So an employee, so if he pays attention to you and to feedback with you, that reduces the possibility of emotional burnout. But what is important here? And in Britain, they worked a lot to develop and introduce the program to overcome emotional burnout and among teachers in junior school, prime school. And a lot of the teachers they burned and they had to find new people. They introduced a program, very complicated, and spent a lot of money, and they made a research on who burnt out. They suggested to pass the measured results in 3 months, and it doesn't work. Okay, very small results, and they measured the results in 2 months. There was a small program, but very small progress. And what conclusion did they make? Those scientists who did that study, that the emotional burnout, the best way to work from inside. So it should be done by people. It doesn't mean that the employees should not participate. No, they should. But they could do anything for you, any program, any training. But if you don't participate yourself externally, it doesn't help. And for emotions, there's no pills you take, and everything is fine. No, there are antidepressant pills, but they do something different. But you cannot give a painkiller to your body and it works, but it works with the symptoms. With emotional burnout, employers could take any remedy, but if you continue to work with perfectionism, you take the job of somebody else, if you don't reflect on your emotions and feelings related to work, if you don't take it to your partners, to a psychotherapist, therapist, to your family, to support group, anywhere, if you don't work with your emotions, you will burn out, even if your employer doesn't know what to do to develop a program for you, because it doesn't work externally. What will not help? To stand it silently. It will not help to squeeze your teeth. You will just get more problems, dental problems and other problems. And very often I see people on the stage of active burnout when they say, I'm just not trying good enough. It costs them a lot to say that phrase to me. But I'm always thankful for their sincerity, because they say, I think I am just trying badly. Okay, if you have a depersonalization and emotional burnout, you don't feel a future for your profession, it doesn't mean that you are trying bad. No, honestly, 5 years of practice. I have. That's quite a lot. And I worked intensively with the people. I have about 15 clients a week, plus groups. And 3-4 groups at the same time. So I had a lot of cases. Never it was a case when they're trying bad. When you speak about emotional burnout, it can happen that they are trying, but not completely like the way they want it. They need to decide on their duties, and they should stop taking on task of others. And they say, if I was able to work, I wouldn't work on this 2 hours. I would just sit down and make it. But procrastination is not that simple. It's a topic of different discussion. And what doesn't help? Instead of self-accusal, time management doesn't help. If you burn out tomatoes or some other schemes of how to work with that time management and a list of tasks to do, task will not help you. That will not they can help you for a short period of time, but without work with reasons that cause attention, it will not help. If you If you look at in which situations you get tired and you are trying to do something with the situation, you start to recreate normal and you add time management, then yes, then it will work. But time management on its own, it's like you break a bond and you put a plaster and you think it's enough. No. And what is not helpful? If you wait external assistance, if you're passive, let them guess, you say. Maybe we're educated in a way that we don't like to ask assistance. For me, it's very difficult to ask somebody's assistance. When I need it, I feel pressure. I was brought up like that, but I know that to ask assistance in a correct way. If somebody cannot help, they will tell me that. If they can, it will be they feel pleasure. And next time when you need assistance, they will when they need assistance, they will come to me and we'll have partnership situation. And if you feel that you burn out and you cannot handle it as on your own, ask assistance of your leadership colleagues, consultants, and sometimes there are a group of support free of charge, not very expensive psychotherapists. And there are lots of instruments now, and there are a lot of videos on how to handle it. In any approach, if you like it, if you go through a theory of hormones, of course, they will tell you that you have to put your feet and you have to sleep 7 hours a day and go to bed at 11 o'clock in the evening. It will be helpful. You believe in psychotherapy, you will go into your internal conflicts and mindsets why you are doing this way on the other. If you don't believe all of that, go to a consultant and develop your duties, find arguments, and it will be helpful too. There are many ways, and you can find something for you, good for you. Martial arts, dances, running, that will be helpful too. There are lots of different ways. What is necessary is that you want to do something with that. So the initiative should come from you. We have spoken about that, but once again, when we work with burnout, internal assessment is an obstacle. We feel ashamed that we burn out because somebody else doesn't have burnout, or we think this is prestigious that all normal people have burnout. Oh, I am a good professional. I'm not indifferent, I'm a very good professional. So it comes out here, there is a story. When I'm not sure that we are valued by our employees and we need to know what we sell to them. Because you see, they didn't tell us how to do it. They taught us how to count different mathematics, but whether we are good our value to employers, nobody taught us. And then we decided we sell our fatigue because we are fatigued. So there was something valuable. It happens. What I propose: ask yourself, your burnout, is it on the way to your goals, or is it helpful? What goals do you have for this professional activity? Burnout, does it work for you or against? And make a conclusion, because maybe it's good and it's not an obstacle. You can live with this. Irony is that the burnout, those who burn out, they don't see the burnout. Last year, one psychotherapist listened to me and told, Ola, you have a burnout. I said, no, it's impossible. And by my schedule was, I had 7 groups, like 70 people, even more at the same time, a week, 7 groups, plus my a child, a teenager, and a client from the back. And honestly, it was too much. I felt that I'm on the edge, but when she told me that I have burnout, I was yelling, no, because those who burn out, they don't see what is happening to them. They are inclined to say no, and they don't recognize their problems. And no, they say. It's not true. I don't feel that. And it cannot happen. First of all, the first reaction is that we object. If many people tell you about that, you have to pay attention to them. It would be good to know here what is, for all of you, what is here. I don't know what kind of audience we have here, only ladies or men. What is behind the burnout as a word? Because very often it's just a word. Somebody can say, I have syndrome of self-eliminator. So what? How does it look like? Take a note. Write it down for yourself. Think about after the training, when you have energy and time. Your burnout, how does it look like if you have it? How do you feel it? What what is the association for you? With what do you associate it? For me, for example, the burnout, when I had it, it looked like a big irritation, especially if somebody called me by phone for any change in my schedule, even the small change, and a lot of disparity when somebody brought new projects. So somebody said, "Oh, let's have a training together." And inside of me, somebody was yelling in my head, "No, no, no way!" So, and I was dreaming about vacations, but I didn't allow myself to take vacations. Look how it looks like for you. What is behind that to you? The second question you have to ask yourself. The question, why do you need to change that? Why? What for? Why should we get out of a burnout? Maybe it's good. I'm not sarcastic. I don't believe that somebody should be correct and ideal without a burnout, without a syndrome of a self-eliminator. And burnout forces us to calculate our resources better. You burn out for 3 times and you understand what you shouldn't do. So somebody is writing to us. Can there be a burnout in the relations? Why not? It can be. I'm not a specialist in relations. Not an expert on this. But if your relations, I didn't hear such a term. Like I heard the term mothers burn out. When everybody wants to have a mother, everybody demands to become out, entertained, amused. She can burn out easy. Because to be a mother is a profession in our society. This is a profession, it's quite complicated. Relations. I don't know whether it's correct to call it a burnout, but if there is a lot of emotion, that it can be. If the tension, emotional tensions last, and relations and or not, and oh, I don't want to do anything in common with you, no, and then we are together again. It could be a burnout, but it can, or maybe there's a different term for it. It's better to ask a psychotherapist. The next point, to think about when you are alone. Why? Why do you need to change anything here? Because when we use profile remedies for burnout, we will not be as convenient to the society like we were. And people around it could feel that irritation, they can demonstrate that to us. So getting out of a burnout, it means that it will be a little less good for the others. It doesn't mean that they will stop cooperating with you. If you know your value, it's very important to know your value when you deal with burnout, when you work with it, because you understand what they are buying from you, what you cannot sell also. And when I started, I was thinking a lot. Is it helpful what I tell to clients? I had a little experience, and sometimes I could spend with the client for 2 or 3 years. Clients were tired of me, and I was trying to add more and more and more. And I was burnt out, and was very tired from one client because we had to, instead of 1 hour, we had to be 3 hours. And I didn't understand what I was selling to the client, and and I was trying to sell additional time because I was not confident. It encouraged burnout. Why should you deal with the symptoms of burnout in your life? What will change for better? Not just because, but what will change for better? Next point. Why that is happening to me? Very good question. When I answer, I will try to suggest to you to not to blame yourself, not to be so, not to accuse yourself. I am so stupid, I'm bad, I'm not smart, and I did this because.
Just because I'm weak. You know, the blaming yourself, it's not the best solution. You already feel bad. Imagine the person has flu and you come to that person and you keep saying, I, that you blame this person for getting this disease. And you are right. Maybe that person did some mistake and was didn't follow some rules and didn't protect herself or himself. But at that very point, it won't help. I see another question in chat. The question is how to change the different types of work, different forms of work, cooking, creative work, mechanical work. You know, lots of energy, indeed, is spent a lot for the for switching between these activities. But what I've heard from a lot of my clients, easy easy thing to do is to schedule different things on different dates. So today, if I have a training today, if I'm learning something today, I'm not working with clients today. So like today, I'm not having conferences or clients at the same time. If I have a mode of working with clients, now when I have to work with them, listen to them. That's additional pressure with emotional drainage. So when I do not want to overload that day. At the same time, on those days when I work with clients, I do not make announcements. I do not do creative work. So plan your breaks, and in addition to your schedule, and during those breaks go outside. For instance, if you have creative work and mechanical work, make a priority. So on Monday, say you have creative work is the most important, and you can do also some mechanical unless in case you have some time. But from you can also work on managerial issues. So plan carefully on different dates, so you don't have to switch them, but you start the day with different mode of operation, let's say. So try also to arrange smooth switching. Let's say you are writing an article, working on a creative task, and then someone comes to you and say, "Oh, there's a conflict. We need to solve that problem." So make that switching in a smoother way. I understand maybe it sounds ideal. You cannot do it all the time. Neither do I can do this smoothly. So at some point you can still face some problem, but when you can still try to make it better for you, try to leave at least some evenings free for you, find another day off for you, try to balance it. Think that when you have a task with many tasks a day with many tasks at the same time, you feel more emotionally drained. So thank you very much for the question. I hope I answered to your question. Now, why does it happen to me? So it's you shouldn't self-criticize. We have the vulnerable group, police officers, teachers, military, everyone who works with people, everyone who works with human beings that face problems can can be in the vulnerable problem. My profession is not like yours or psychotherapist. You know what I hear is not something critical. What I hear is possible to cope. But you specifically, you work in a field because I know your daily routine. You are could be vulnerable to it. Another group vulnerable to burnout is perfectionist person. The better you want to do your work, the easier for you to burn out. So I read somewhere, if you love so much your work, you will not face burnout. No, it's not true. I have plenty of specialists that adore their work, but they still feel face burnout, like a match they burn. It's for them it's even worse because they can easily forget that they need rest, they need some other activities, but our body nonetheless is still wants to face requires some renovation and regain of forces. And even if you love your job so much, well, still, so work on your perfectionism. Specialists who do not who feel isolated, who do not interact too much among their colleagues, another factor that makes you fall into this vulnerable group. Uncertainty. We don't know what will be tomorrow, where we will be sent to, who will be our boss. This is all about vulnerable groups. Who else? This is a highly competitive field. If you feel that you face all the time competition from others, aiming to produce more, the threat of being punished for something. If you don't do something in some styles of leadership, you may face some punishment from or reprimand from your management. So it all makes you belong to the vulnerable group. So now you have to go back to your personal values. Let me give you a personal example. At some point, I was working in a non-governmental organization, Patients of Ukraine, very dedicated people. They worked to defend patients, to lobby their interest. And at some point, I understood that I am not able to continue working there not because I fail to believe in the medicine, but I see how many people use it. Use it in a negative way, make use of it for their advantage. And it was many years ago, it's different story maybe now. I'm talking just about example, my perception at that specific point. Let's imagine in other values that you believe that certain way is not acceptable of attitude or behavior, but your colleagues, your boss does it towards you. So it violates your values and circle of zone of values, and that's why you again face burnout. Or young professionals can easily burn out because they work too hard, too active. So. Another thing is I'm not able, I do not know how to say no. And we believe that you have to work a lot to achieve more. Everyone works so hard. Market is so poor. I don't have choice. I have to work hard here, even though it's terrible conditions, but I don't have any other option. Please remember, they're different. They're always an option, and there's always a choice. Even if you're eaten by someone, you still have two holes to go out, let's say. So if you do not see your ways out, it means you just didn't look properly for them. So if you force yourself to do something you do not want to do it, then you ruin yourself. Soviet Union worked on forcing people to do something they didn't want, and but that was really tormenting our mental health. So let's say I'll give you an example. I like my work, but I do not like to wake up early if I have 9 o'clock meeting. I do not want to look CV of my client after working hours when I'm away with my family. I'm not always happy to do ad hoc meetings or short notice meetings, but the percentage of this negative moments is very little, let's say 5%, so it's okay. But if there's the threshold of 30%, if you move more than beyond the 30% threshold, it means you work towards, you go make steps towards the burnout. So I would like you to put it down what specifically makes you feel emotionally overloaded, what thoughts, people, what attitudes of other people make you feel worse, and think how to change those things or how to react to those things. Or maybe sometimes you can just come to that person and say, please don't do this way like you do to me. There are different ways and situations, alternatives. One of the things is I'm going to resign. Sometimes it is a solution, but this is rare case what I would suggest you to do. It means it is the final resort. You need to work more on the reasons what made you feel overloaded. So you need to work on those things that made you feel like this, because if you resign from this work and find another work, you may end up in the same situation. I had a client the client said, well, terrible works, anywhere, terrible employers, anywhere I go, I worked more than I have to. And I told that person that please promise to me that you that no one works like you. I said, yeah, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, everyone goes home. And at some point, I really noticed that everyone leaves work 6, and only that person stays beyond 6 p.m. and stays after working hours, just because that was personal determination of the person. That's the person decided to do this. And again, another question is financial expectations or other things. So find someone to talk to about this burnout. But do not look for the person who would say that, oh, burnout is nothing. Like, what are you talking about? Maybe find a sort of a peer who felt the same, who can really share their experience with you, how that person came out of the situation. Maybe you can ask yourself, why do I always do things I do not like to do? I had, a situation when customers managed me. They ruled the day. The customer said, I want it for tomorrow, and I had like 6 customers per day, and it was tough. But I thought I still was afraid to reject. Because I thought, whoa, that's a client, that's money I want to take. And it was very difficult to do. First time I said no. And the client said, okay, no problem. He said, not tomorrow, I will come after tomorrow. And it's interesting how it happened that I was so afraid that I cannot reject. If I would... I was just but at some point I understood that if I still have more and more clients at one day and I cannot manage them, then I will at some point just fall down and will not be able to cope with the overload. So you need to work on the deadlines, and you work on justification of those deadlines. You need to work on them and understand why it has to be done tomorrow. Why not after tomorrow? Okay, someone told you bring the report tomorrow, but why tomorrow if you submit that report in a month? So you need to justify your argumentation, some postponements with your management, and you think when you make your justification starting from the benefit for the organization. So you will start the sentence, it will be better for the organization because I will have time for something else, or I will better accomplish the task, or I will be able to consult someone if we postpone the deadline. So you can just name it the any other thing what can be done. So just if otherwise, if I do it by this deadline that you give me, I will fail to do it as good as it could be otherwise. So you would not commit to do it in proper way if the deadline is too short. It's very good justification. So you have to really think about feasible arguments and justifications. You can also think about how many tasks of at work really yours that you have to do, or maybe someone else has to do it. You also have to answer should answer to yourself, why do you face such a situation? For instance, maybe there's some secret or hidden reasons for yourself. So maybe you want to work hard because people like you. Yeah, I die at that work, but you get some money for it. Or maybe the hidden work of your personal pride for yourself they can manage. Maybe sometimes you feel arrogant. Look, I'm the most the busiest person here, and you're proud of this. Maybe you feel some competition, and or you compare yourself to others and you say, oh, if that would be not me but someone else, they would do it better. No, do not imagine, do not create artificial situations. If you compare to others, something good for them doesn't mean that will be good for you. So look at your specific situation, what you lack, what is missing for you. So the avoiding burnout is answering to yourself what you're lacking. So you should start, if I want to go to sleep at 11, you have to ask yourself, what should I do to go to sleep at 11? For instance, I should put away my cell phone because otherwise I would never fall asleep on the set time. Or maybe I have to set days specifically for working with clients, and other days no. And I was forcing myself to do it. I was working so hard. I was all the time saying, okay, it's okay. The weekend, one client per weekend, not a problem. And then it eventually happened that 8 hours on the weekend, and I didn't have time to relax. And then eventually I asked myself, why do I need it? For what? And it's also good to ask yourself, what situations make you feel really uncomfortable. Maybe when I'm writing reports, when I talk to certain people, or maybe I feel emotionally drained when I have this and that task together at the same time. Observe yourself. Maybe put it down in your diary. And you can work in those situations. And maybe you will not still get rid of all those situations, but nonetheless you can get rid of some of them, and you can find extra free time. So say myself, I'm working for myself, I can easier manage my workday. If you work for your employer, it's still possible. If let's say if you have 2 objectives per day, 2 tasks per day, plan something easy for the evening. Go back to sleep early. Do not instead of going back home and starting, let's say, working with wallpapers or something else. Do not, if you plan move from one apartment, move in or move out from one apartment to another, do not plan other activities there. There's a book about managerial processes. It's actually contains a lot of curse language and F words, but was written there that when the boss behaves well, when he has birthdays of his children, let's say, and other situation when you can plan and anticipate, depending on the specific situation in the company, what can create a negative situation. For instance, I mark in my calendar, I have beginning and end of the educational year. So it's very important for me because I understand I have to prepare for the first day and for last day.
Дуже мертва.
And it says, support, I'm dead. Of course, I provided the support to my child, but I'm double dead. Try to plan apocalypses in advance and for them not to coincide. Apocalypses in different fields. So you need to plan recreation. What can be done for that? As I understand, I need to speed up and the first thing, look, a banal recommendation that how to work with a professional burnout, very banal. The first part, which I presented, and you have to understand what digging yourself, what makes you exhausted, what you feel, why do you need to do such as, what can you do with that, and also mechanical things. It works like quite good. Time for yourself and recreation. So one day on our day, even sometimes they start laughing, okay, for a week, but for a day, for you, without any plan, without other people, without any expectations as to you. 1 hour a day, you do only what you want. If you want to sit down and stare at the wall, do it. And one more point. If you have an emotional burnout, serials is not a recreation for you. Because serials, they use emotions. They use your psyche. You come home from the work in the office and you saw different things, and you switch on, that's Squid Games, for example, or any other serial movie. And there is something emotional, some drama, there is tension because all the serials are built around some drama, except the documentaries about nature. So, about turtles, you could watch it. But where they, it's not, it doesn't renovate you, it creates additional tension. So that 1 hour is not about serial, about movies. It could be a book. A book is quite a different genre, and it's more descriptions and less of suspense, less tension. One time alone, 1 hour alone. You should have 1 hour alone, at least a little bit, at least half an hour, at least an hour. And I cannot tell you how much you need because it depends. And for some, 2 hours is enough. For me, I need 3 days because I work with people all the time. When I don't have those 3 days, oh my God, something bad has happened. It doesn't mean that I should be alone completely. But these 3 days, I can get out of any interaction. So I can go see my friends. I can understand that I don't want that anymore. And I say I will go home. I will something different. And or I can go for a walk alone. So to be alone without other people, you remember that burnout. It means that your psyche is tired. That muscle which is responsible for emotions is tired. And when you're alone, there's a time when you don't have those external tension, that muscle can rest. 15, 30 minutes a day for yourself. What does it mean? Do something for your health. Drink water, do exercises, go take a walk, speak to someone who makes you happy, etc. And also recreation. To recreate after exhaustion, you need to work on 3 things: body, psyche, and intellect. The body is renewed through a pleasant load. Pleasant, it's very important. If you hate a gym, but you go, you overcome yourself. It's not a recreation of the body under burnout. If you love dancing and you're happy and but you get tired, but this it makes you happy. It makes you're happy to make those movements, and So there is a reaction, and because you can move, that's very good. That you move, you should move in a tempo which is good for you, makes you happy. Renovation of psyche is about calmness and pleasant emotions. Pleasant emotions, it means that a very good music, good company. It means emotional security sometimes, and it works on the well on man, but with women also. Somebody close to you, they should hug you and caress you. They shouldn't ask anything. They should tell you, but just give a hug, like a mother did in childhood. You can do it on your own if there's no one around, if there's no one at all. Honestly, a toy, hug a toy, it helps. The Europeans found it out, and people who go through post-operation blues after surgery, they have fluctuations of mood, and after surgical interferences sometimes is they feel sad without any reason. So they are recommended to give a hug to a toy, soft toy, but it's better a cat or a human being. And if there is nothing else, a toy can help, soft toy. So we renovate our psyche through our calmness and intellect through interest and information, not related to work. A keyword, not related to work. And we do that on regular basis. You know, people come for vacations. They say, why I feel tired. It's the second day of vacations. When we have burnout, we look like a phone without charge, which is not charged. You connect it, you put it on. In 15 minutes, you think, what else? Why it's not working? So even a supercharger should be there for an hour and a half, or half an hour. The same with people. We get renovated gradually. It's not enough one day. One day is not enough if you have a burnout. You need to tune your life in a way for you to rest, for you to have 1 hour a day for yourself. There are days when it's impossible, I agree, but if it was not yesterday, then tomorrow there should be 2 hours like that. Why? Because when you burn out, you burn out. And that which you need to work burns out, like an engine in a car. Yes, if it breaks, that's it. No caressing, no pushing. It doesn't matter. You can convince the car it should go because everybody needs that. You will not motivate it because the engine is broken. The same with burnout. And that's why prevention is quite a serious thing. And we suggest to take it very seriously. It's not a whim. When you rest for you to be able to do something tomorrow. And when you work on the information, you have in passive mode. You think about some parts of the information from the previous day. You apply a new context. When you recreate, your body, your psyche, and talk do a lot of work. But it's not you who do something with your hands that it looks like you are doing nothing. But you renovate yourself and you do the work inside. Well, my friend, musician, when we discussed that issue, Roman Koleda, maybe you know, he told me music is not only of consists not only of notes but also pauses. If you take pauses away, it will be a cacophony. If you take a notes or sounds, it will be just silence. The same with proselytization. If you take out recreation, you will not go full on. If you take a walk, it will not walk. It will be not work. It's not professional, but good combination. But every note, every group of notes or sounds, there is a pause. It's about regularity. The second point: if you take a walk to home, limit yourself. Limit that work. For that note to be very important, so you can limit the number of work that or amount of work you take. It would be good to have days where you don't do that. For example, on Thursday and Friday, do take homework. One client told me, though he's a Christian, he told all that I have a holiday. And it was a joke, but Saturday is free. And it's enough for him. Never he does nothing on the day. That is day only for him and for the family. You can ask the question: what will happen if you don't do that? In this place, leaders all want to. If you have leaders and also subordinates, seniors and juniors, and I beg your pardon, I tell you the truth. For every work, there should be certain time, and if you do that work a day later, nothing horrible will happen. But you have to be sure that nothing horrible will happen. But that attention that I will be half an hour late and everything will end. It encourages burnout. It's very expensive because you have to look at new people. The skill to say no. A skill to say no. For example, when somebody comes up to you and with a task which is not your task, when they ask you with a task which you cannot do, it doesn't fit, or a task that nobody needs it, you can say no. Ask yourself, what happens if I refuse? You can think what good will happen to me and for my department, for my work, for our work, if I say no. If it's very difficult to say no right away, say it later. Ask a question. That works well. Why do we need this task? Can I ask you the additional information? And maybe somebody will not come back again to you. What can I propose instead of this task? And maybe this, not now, but next week. Or, for example, if there is no way to refuse, yes, I should, that's it. How I can do this task in a way that I'm pleased and interested. And, for example, it will be better to do this work from home. Or to do that work, I need to take a half-hour walk. So what encourages burnout? The feeling that you don't have power, that you're weak, that you don't manage the situation. So you cannot say no, and I'm obliged to say yes. If I can put additional conditions that gives me control of the situation. There was an experiment. People, three groups as usually. The first group had the same education level, and the first group had quite a complicated task, and there was completely quiet. The second group had the same task when behind the wall there was intensive, unpleasant noise. They were told, and they have repaired the beg your pardon, we are not able to handle it, but do the task. We cannot do it. That's it. The third group did the same task. And the noise was the same, but they were told, look, this noise is a part of the experiment. If you feel very bad, yeah, there's a button here, and the noise will stop. Guess which group did the best, was the best? The group which had a control. They didn't push the button. They continued to do the work, and it was noisy, but they understood. They could stop that irritant. It takes a lot of tension, because that gives you a part of management by your situation, and that takes away tension from your psyche. That's what we need. Okay, what makes us tired? We discussed that, and what is helpful? More interaction. Speak on the topics which are not related to the job. Speak to friends about your education, about your hobby, about the business, books, and serial movie that you are watching, and about events in the world, and anything. But don't speak about work. And also take away the suit of a specialist, and because I have special clothes and a different suit. I not very business-like, and I go for a walk, and that inspires me that I can. There is no need for me to have a mask the whole day. I can be somebody else, but not the representative of this profession. Hobby helps because you have not one identity. People all get excited because of the same thing all the time. When you're very much involved into your work, and all the time you're in that work, in that one identity, do something else. For example, go to theater courses. Go take to pick mushrooms. Be friends. Be somebody who goes to museums. Somebody who loves parks. Somebody who rides a stroll around the city. Be somebody different. Find other identities. Be a mother. Be a sister, a daughter, friend, and empiratress. And sometimes it's useful. And blow steam. There is so vent the steam out. This is very good to do on a regular basis. Otherwise, we get stuck. Yes. To study what is interesting to us and what is interesting to you, and also not related to your work, and give an hour to that a week for you to get out of to pull out from that burning out situation for your psyche and intellect, to have some place where to have a place where you are innovated, because we spend and also get something at our work, and money sometimes is not enough, so hobby is very helpful. And price yourself. It's a recommendation. It's very difficult to do it. Just imagine that you are very good. Price yourself every day that you did something good, even if it was a very small thing. For example, you made very good coffee for yourself. I praise yourself. I was not late for the meeting. I praise myself. And I come and I see a person I need. It's just a chance. But anyways, I praise myself because it happened. And I wrote a text successful. I praise myself. What does it give? It gives a feeling of internal pleasure with myself, and a pleasure with myself. It's very innovating because we criticize ourselves very much. We live in the world which is criticizing us, and it tells us that somebody can do it better, etc., etc. If you praise yourself, you will not be less productive, but you will become more productive. People who did this exercise for 10 days. What good did I do today? On the third or fourth day, they hated me because it's very difficult to find something new. But they noticed a very good inflow of productivity. Oh, I can do it, they say. These are my recommendations. Do it on regular basis if you work in such a difficult profession. So it would be very good. But if not difficult, it's okay. It's on regular basis. What else is important? Ask assistance. Ask for support. Under situations when you see that you cannot handle, share it with your colleagues. Speak to your senior, and. In a sense, whether it's good for the company or not. Ask, for instance, of professionals, to people who will be ready to consult you. There is a good pool of such a specialist. Yes, do I have the right for assistance? And if I change a situation with burnout, will it help? The rest of the things. Why my burnout is a problem of the company also. Why do I need help? To handle it. I will do it on my own, but I need also assistance. It will help if you're clear about your responsibility, why your responsibility and why you're not responsible. If I make mistakes, is it only my responsibility or somebody else who signs, for example, a document? Did they have enough of time to consider that contract or not? Or did they knew about that mistake? Did they inform you on all the details for me to put them into the contract? Yes. Two more minutes, and then we'll move to questions. So send your questions if you have any. The difference between burnout from professional crisis. What's the difference? There are something in common. Professional crisis is when we develop, and from external we can do more, but we don't know how. Yes, it's a period of disorder, chaos, We are not protected, we are not clear, it's uncomfortable. We can lose belief in ourselves as professionals. It's very common with burnout, and I don't know what I do. I don't know what I will do in the future, but in different to burnout, in a professional crisis, the result of emotions, but in burnout, there's minimum of emotions. In professional crisis, there's energy to get out of the situation. Professional crises are very blown up, and no, in professional crisis there is energy, and the crisis comes only with this energy. But burnout is quite different. But if crisis comes and you ignore it, you felt that you need to change something, but you didn't do it. So then there could be burnout. Yes, it's correct. And attention to yourself all the time. I told you about that. And ask yourself, how is it going? I had a client who put it on their phone. How do I feel myself? And just like on the screen. How do I feel myself now? It was a screenshot. And they reminded to themselves, they came back to the business. They reminded that they exist and that they are present.
So that's the end of my presentation, and here's you can see my contact details. You can find me in Facebook and also in messengers, but please better not to call. I do not answer the phone when I am working with clients, so I will miss it. Better to write it down, but I usually do not answer calls without identifier. So I guess I stop here. Do we have any questions? I have no questions, so thank you very much for attention. That was a pleasure for me to work with you. Enjoy your day. See you again. towards its end, and to sum up and to talk about the outcomes, I would like to invite to the stage Government Commissioner for Gender Equality Policy and also the President of La Strada International Center and member of our association, and also the distinguished bar lawyer of Ukraine. So, Ms. Katerina, please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, my dear friends and colleagues. I congratulate you on the Defenders and Defendresses Day of Ukraine, and I would like to remind you that the association played the key role in making the change in the name of this holiday. When we talked 2 years ago with Miss Marina Bardina, who was actually the sponsor of this draft bill, we understood that it is important that this idea that was actually, supported by many and wanted by many, but it should be supported by some documents, because we wanted to have this holiday to recognize not only men but also women, and because that many people do this, protect their motherland, and regardless of whether they're men and women, they serve to their motherland both in any way. And the association addressed me as the Government Commissioner for Gender Equality Policies to assist in making the day for defender, but also for defendresses, for female defenders. And the same letter was sent to Marina Bardina, to the parliament member, for her to give justification for this law. And the time some time passed, and we started in the work hour in 2019, and then eventually in 2021 the bill was signed. So now we have this holiday, and I can warmly congratulate you on this holiday. To all our defenders, both males and females in our country, thanks to them, we can peacefully discuss in this room different topics, and we can live every day peacefully due to those defenders who protect us from the enemy. And my role is to highlight the outcomes of the Interregional Conference of the Ukrainian Association of Women in Law Enforcement, themed Breaking Stereotypes by Exploring Yourself. I would like to say that during this day you managed to discuss a long number of highly important topics that you face actually in your daily lives. So these problems touch a long array of different spheres of our life, and that's about infrastructure, that's about uniforms, that's about equipment and your proof bullet vests, that's facilities in the workplaces, considering the requirements of men and women, the dormitories where women live, women officers live. So we have many, but unfortunately, stereotypes that prevent or even negate any work, any efforts contributed to promote both actually desires of men and women. So gender stereotypes, that's sort of a foundation of the of a glass ceiling that prevents us from moving forward. So the change of philosophy, change of our perceptions to different topics and issues. It always starts with yourself, with ourselves. It's very important to break stereotypes inside ourselves. Do not be afraid of changing them, even though you work in such a powerful association, and you are connected to gender policy movements, you still may see some stereotypes even in this field because they are so deeply rooted in our life and our perceptions and our consciousness. So it really requires a lot of time to change, to make substantial change. So I encourage to use feminitives, and we also need to make the changes that already we have done in the job lists and job descriptions, but we need to make them legal and to put them officially. But you know, you have a lot of lawyers among yourself that working at your workplaces, so it's just a matter of time when we change this. We need to change our curriculum, gender mainstreaming in the training courses. It is highly important. So for this reason, academia and the faculties from 11 educational institutions from different parts of Ukraine have worked on guidelines on how to integrate gender topics into the curriculum. And we agreed with the association that we will have a separate meeting, a morning coffee. It's called a morning coffee that I will discuss more about this guidelines, which were also prepared together with the Vice Prime Minister Olga Stefanishin and with UN Women, so you would know more about these guidelines and you would be able to apply it in your practical work. So conducting gender audits and improving awareness campaigns, these are all issues that are very important nowadays that have to be paid attention to by different levels of leadership, including the leadership of your units and also general public. So when we talked about you talked about the problems, but you also listed recommendations. Actually, I will not repeat them, but those recommendations are based on the problems. Obviously, if there is a lack of awareness, the recommendation is to improve the level of awareness, to join different activities and campaigns. My recommendation would be to include specific references. For instance, you can mention the specific 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. It will start very soon, November 25th, so you can mention it there. So it would be great if you can join this global campaign by raising awareness, by talking to your cadets and your educational institutions, children, and other areas. My recommendation is also to add regional events or events in different regions. It is very important for the association to grow because civil society organizations move or drive the society. Politicians, they should work on promoting gender equality. And the role of your association is is crucial actually in promoting this area in the security sector. So finally, the final words that I see that your role is very important in the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. This convention it is also known as the European Convention for eradication of different forms of domestic violence against women. So it's important that for Ukraine to meet all the international commitments of the country. This convention is a joint work of the European Council committee, which comprised all the member states that belong to this organization. You have huge experience. You are very well informed about the victims or survivors of domestic violence. You know about sexual harassment problems, sexism issues, and so the convention, Istanbul Convention, fights this vice and also creating mechanisms to combat such problems. So, as your honorable, as a member of your association, of our association, I would like to include my recommendations as well. So it is also important to bring these recommendations to parliament members, to the interfactional group in the parliament, equal rights, to government facility, to government agencies, to regional administrations, because we face that we have problems at the regional level, and I see that we have our organization, our association working actively there. So you can send it to regions, and thank you very much for your work. Thank you very much, Ms. Katarina. So at this point, dear members, the Interregional Conference at this moment is called adjourned. But before we do networking at our places, we would like to say thank you to all our locations: Lviv, Poltava, Mariupol, in Kryvyi Rih. I'm sure you enjoyed your participation. It was not, we enjoyed it not only in Kiev, but also in your locations. Let's give a round of applause to all of us. And before we moving to networking, I would like to ask technical support to bring to the screen the QR code for the feedback, so you can provide your opinion about the conference. So before we do the very, very final part of our conference, please spend a few moments to scan the QR code and provide your feedback about the conference, its content, and the organization. See you later.